Broke my mute button and had myself muted. All right, we're back. We're good. Just want to check and make sure that everything ended up showing properly. It looks like it did. All right. So, unfortunately, in lieu of actually playing Dune, all we really have to do at this point is fantasize about Dune and what we're gonna do when the game actually launches. Can you please? There you go. Refresh. Holy crap. Thank you, video game. So, what we're going to be doing today is we're going to go ahead and we're going to go through the AMA thread. Um, this is not the actual AMA. The AMA is tomorrow. I believe 7 a.m. Pacific is when it's going to get started. But today we're going to go through the question thread and just look at what we might think are some of the most important questions. We're going to speculate on what some of the answers might be. And then tomorrow, I'm actually going to get up a little early. We'll get on right at the beginning of the AMA thread and we'll comb through that. We've already got 267 questions. Well, 267 responses here. They aren't necessarily all questions, but a whole lot. Yo, what's up, Gravy? Yeah, exactly. It's QA time. Well, it's really only question time. There are no answers yet. Answers come tomorrow. Um, sorry, I'm kind of reaching out to people trying to get this guild started, so I got to respond to somebody on Discord real quick. Main active hours. Um, Okay, sorry about that. I am buying the game I've decided. All right, nice. That makes me happy, Gravy. We'll have to get together, even if we don't end up like playing on the same. That is Dune Awakening on Steam, yeah. Even if we don't end up playing, um, yeah. So sorry, not. I saw Twisty. I didn't see Zero Gravy. So we're not playing Dune Awakening, Twisty. There isn't any version of Dune Awakening that I can play. But in preparation for the fact that I am going to no life the ever loving crap out of this game, we have an AMA that's coming up tomorrow. And so I want to go through some of these AMA questions. I want to talk a little bit about the game. I want to make some predictions about maybe what they're going to be responding to or how they're going to be responding to certain things. I want to put little updoots on the questions that I think are really good questions so that maybe they're a little higher in the standing here. Um, we can sort by best, top, all this other stuff. So hopefully they'll take that into account. Maybe they'll sort these by the top questions. Actually, let's sort them by the top question. Um, but my hope is just to get. I have too much hype. I need to be interacting with Dune pretty much 24/7 right now. It's kind of bad. Um, so yeah, we're just gonna go through here and we're gonna look at some of this stuff. Sorry, I've got this on here. Let me go send this person a message or an invite link. How do I do that? Come on. Invite to server. Invite to the Searing Fang. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look here at what the most popular question so far is. So, question number one here: how well can you all read this stuff? Is it showing up decently on the stream? Let's go check for myself. Whoops. Technical difficulties. Okay, the technical difficulties have been abated. There we go. Okay, so you really can't see these questions unless you're like in maximum screen here. It's kind of annoying. I should be able to look over here. Can I scroll in on this? Figure isn't shift scroll zoom in? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Now everybody can see what the fudge is going on. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Very, very nice. Let's close that down. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Okay, so let's check out this first question here. Question number one: the Frem kit is only visible during the very start of the game. Can we have the option to show backpack or the Frem kit during/throughout gameplay to look realistic, like an actual survival in the desert. Don't want to pull tools and weapons out of my magic pockets. So I assume the Frem kit is just your backpack in this game. I haven't watched a ton of video on the game, so I don't actually know what this is. This seems to be an aesthetic question to me, though. We all know I don't give a flying flip about the aesthetics, um, so probably not going to be something that's really all that important to me. But I do understand that it may be important to others. Oh no, I broke it. Oh well. Um, but yeah, no, this definitely seems like a really low importance question. It surprises me, and this has always shocked me about the player base of MMO video games. Is this is the most updated question on this AMA so far. Now, this question was posed 3 hours ago, so I guess it's had more opportunity to get updated than anything else. But the fact that this is the question about whether or not you can see your backpack is what people are burning to know about is probably the most insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I honestly, I can't even begin to understand. So I'm not gonna update that one because I don't give a crap about magic pockets and freaking any of that crap. So I mean, if it's what you care about, it's what you care about. I think you should care about whatever you want when you play video games. But this is so far outside of my understanding. I don't even get it. After the rush of new players and servers stabilize, will it be possible to transfer a character permanently to another Haga basin within the same world? I would assume it would need to be accepted that everything that character has is forfeited, but the skills and experience of the character would transfer over. This would help players move to lower population servers and join friends. I'm updating this right here. This is incredibly important. So far, it doesn't seem like it's possible to change your home Haga basin. Okay, yeah, if we get down to it, I'll definitely be looking into it. We're going to spend a couple hours just scrolling through questions, so we're going to see a lot today. This is one that's really important to me because as it stands right now, I don't think you can change your home Haga basin. I think once you choose a Haga basin, you're going to be locked to living on that Haga basin. And because of mega guilds, this is going to potentially be a huge freaking problem. Because mega guilds will have, I mean, our guild, right? I'm putting together a guild for this game. And my guild is going to have a guild hall. And the guild hall is going to be my fief, right? My fief and my sub fiefs. So it's going to exist on my Haga basin. So if I get a full guild together, and say only half of us join the same Haga basin and the other half join other Haga basins, that means there will be an additional 16 people coming to my Haga basin to go to the guild hall, to do crafting, to do all of that stuff, and potentially gum things up for other people who live in that Haga basin. So I'm going to do everything I can to pick a Haga basin that's really underpopulated so that my guild doesn't have difficulties getting into the guild hall and they don't have to be like in a queue to get into the guild hall. But if I was, say, running, a big mega guild, Pirate Software has been doing interviews with the devs and stuff like that. So there's a decent chance he might play this game. And if Pirate Software plays this game, the community surrounding him is going to be friggin' massive. And so wherever his base is at, right? If you have really, really popular streamers playing this game, wherever their base is at, their community is going to flock to. And so if you're in a Haga basin, right, you pick one and you weren't watching every single big streamer at the same time to make sure you didn't join any of their Haga Basins, or you weren't savvy to every single mega guild that's going to make their guild hall in one of the Haga Basins, and you accidentally choose that Haga Basin, then you are never going to be able to build on your base. Every single time you go out into the deep desert to do any sort of gathering or anything like that, when you come back to try and depot in your base, then you're just going to be sitting in this queue. And it's going to be just awful. So there has to be a system to allow people to move where their home Haga Basin is going to be so that I can just take all my crap and move it somewhere else. And if they don't have a system prepared for that, we're going to run into some huge, huge problems. I honestly think that that's one of the biggest problems that is potentially going to happen in this game is people just not being able to play with their friends because of stuff like that, and then not being able to access their own or their guild base because of stuff like this. It could definitely end up being a huge issue. One of the things that they could do to solve this is they could whitelist players who have this as their home Haga, right? So if it's your home basin and you're trying to get back to your base, right, you could be whitelisted, so you become the first person in the queue. So that way, you get to jump the line of maybe some of the friends or whatever, or the guildies who are trying to come in just to do some stuff in their guild base or whatever, because you have to be able to get back to your own personal base. Like that's so important. So maybe some sort of a whitelisting system could help alleviate some of this. But honestly, even if they did something like that, it would still just be a really, really bad time uh, trying to deal with guild stuff and stuff like that. So hopefully there's a plan in place. We'll see. That's definitely a question I'm interested in the answer to. I'm really curious about one thing. You mentioned that players will be able to join each other across different server layers, but how convenient will that mechanic be for a clan with 32 members? If everyone wants to enter the same layer that's already partially populated and the total cap is only 40 players, how is that supposed to work in your plans? And how easy will it be for clan members to group up in the same layer? Will that even be necessary? If not, then what's the purpose of having clan bases? Okay, so this is very much the exact same question, but it does bring something important. So they said that when you go to join the Haga Basin of your friend, you're not teleporting to your friend, you're teleporting to the nearest NPC outpost of your friend. So you're still actually going to have to go to the guild base, right? So this is a super important question. Your guild has 32 members. You're spread out across Haga Basins, but the most important thing about a guild is accumulation, right? It's what's the word I'm looking for when you bring together a bunch of stuff? It's another A word. Fudge, I can't even remember. But it's about bringing everything to a central location, right? You want all of your big resources to be there. You want a lot of your vehicles to be there, right? You want people to be able to come to your guild hub that are in your guild to make their parties, to plan out activities, all of that stuff, and then grab the resources they need. Not everybody in your guild is going to be on at the same time. So you're going to be sharing weapons, you're going to be sharing vehicles, you're going to be sharing armors, right? And if you're not online, then you want to dump that stuff into a chest so that somebody else can use it. And this is the real power of guilds, is that ultimately you need fewer copies of things because you have groups playing at different times. Right? If you have a 32-person guild, I would say that if you can get 16 of them on at the exact same time, you're probably doing pretty good. So that means for 32 people, you only need 16 copies of everything. Whereas if you're playing in a 4-person group, right, probably it's your 3 best friends and you're all going to be playing all the time at the same time. And so now you each have to get a copy of everything that you're going to want, which means basically twice as much farming for a 4-person group versus, say, a 32-person group. So, um, very, very important to be able to. I'll drop in after a bit, need to finish my stream. Yeah, absolutely, Gravy. Have fun. Enjoy your stream. So it's going to be super important to be able to come back to this guild hall. And I don't know how they're going to mitigate. If you accidentally end up with 2 guild halls for full 32-person guilds on the same Haga Basin, because we're going to be in the same time zones, right? If you play on the US East server, your guild is primarily going to be US East players. And so are all of the players of the other guilds. So during prime time, you are just naturally going to be bumping heads with each other, trying to get into your Haga Basin. So if there's not a system to change Haga Basins, if there's not a system to help alleviate some of this problem, then it's going to be a problem. So hopefully we can change Haga Basins. That'll be the easiest solution for it. Even if I'm the bigger guild and we're running into this problem, I wouldn't bully small guilds into leaving my Haga Basin. There will be a lot of people out there who will try and do that. But I'll just move. That's fine. I can remake my base, right? You can blueprint that thing. I got, however many people in my guild. We'll just go farm the resources. We'll remake. That's cool. But I need to be able to move to get away from stuff like that, just for the sake of my guildies. Not a content creator, so how do I, a normal human being, get a free t-shirt out of this? I love that. I am a content creator, and I don't have a free t-shirt, so um, I'm going to update that one. Good for you, dude. Get your free t-shirt. I hope they send them one. I really do. I hope this question means that this person gets a free t-shirt, and I hope to see a YouTube short about it or a Reddit post about it in the near future. Really hope that dude gets a t-shirt. Or that person. They might not be a dude. Will we be able to transmog armor, and can we hide helmet and cape? So I'm pretty sure you can hide the helmet. I feel like I've seen a bunch of talk about the dev specifically saying that the helmet will be something you can hide. I don't know about the cape. I don't know about any of the rest of it. They seem to be pretty dialed in on the aesthetic thing, though. So hopefully there will be lots of options. I know that when it comes to players who really like the aesthetics, um, options are pretty much always the king, right? Because no 2 people have the same aesthetic eye. No 2 people want the same thing. People love to try and make characters out of their um, characters, right? Like characters from their favorite media and stuff. Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you? Nothing. We're just going through questions right now on this AMA question thread. The AMA is tomorrow, so we're not going to have any answers until tomorrow when we are going to do another stream that's going to be all about the answers and not just the questions. For now, I'm just going through here. I'm updating things that I think are important that I would like to see answers for, and we're talking about a little bit of stuff. So, yeah, but again, I don't care about aesthetics. You could put me in a freaking cardboard box, and I can just run around in cardboard box armor. Straight up don't care. So I'm not going to update this one because I don't really care about this. I know a lot of people do care. And I know transmog systems especially are super important to people. I don't see, yo, what's up, Party Wizard? How are you today? I don't see a transmog system existing in this game because it seems like the items that you pick and the way that they look is pretty important to their function. And so I could see, that's the thing I like, right? When I pick up a heavy armor, I like for it to look like a heavy armor. I want to be able to look at a person and know what their loadout is based on what their character looks like, right? I think that's a really cool skill that you sort of develop through playtime that I think is really fun. And so this is why transmog systems actually kind of upset me is, you end up in situations where somebody looks like a wizard and they're wearing tank armor. And my brain can't do the mental gymnastics it takes to recognize that person as a tank and fight them as if they are a tank. I fight them as if they're a wizard. That's what they look like. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, but instead it's a goose, my brain skitzes out and I can't cope. It hurts me. So I honestly would like to not see a transmog system in this game. Uh, Unless that transmog system is pretty tightly controlled to where like only heavy armors can go with heavy armors, only light armors can be transmogged with light armors, stuff like that. As long as they maintain the integrity of the look versus usability of an armor, then I'll be okay. But if they don't, then that's actually going to be a negative, in my opinion. Yeah, I've never cared about aesthetics either. Never used transmog in WoW. Didn't care about how I looked in Final Fantasy 14. Don't really care about cosmetics in Once Human. Yeah, so see, Damien, and I also have kind of a different view in the PvE games, right? WoW and Final Fantasy 14 and even Once Human are really PvE focused games. So I don't need to be able to know what your equipment is based on looking at you, right? Transmogs are fun in that situation. And they really add a lot to the end game, especially if the skins and stuff that you're transmogging are found through gameplay. Those can become sort of badges of honor. And so I'm totally cool with that. But this is going to have quite a bit of PvP in it. I need to know, right? When I look at you through the scope of my sniper rifle, I need to know what's going on. That's got to be a thing. Any chance of limiting the number of weapons on the hotbar? It's going to throw off PvP balance if people have 8 shotguns or sniper rifles, so they can just fire endlessly without reloading. I think 1 to 2 big guns, 1 sidearm, 1 melee weapon would be great. Then slots 5 through 8 could only be for tools, food, med kits, etc. A lot of other games have used that kind of model, and it works well. So um, this is something that came up in a video that I watched. Actually, I think it was a video by this person. I think this person is a content creator. And this was one of the most important things that they put out in that video about PvP potentially being really, really broken. Um, I think so. I'm totally down with this person's solution, right? Let's have the standard loadout system, right? Your primary weapon, your backup weapon, your sidearm, your melee weapon, right? That's a really standard gunplay PvP loadout. But the other thing here is that you can make it be a choice, right? So this person's really worried about 8 shotguns. But if you make, say, 9 secondary items, right? You've got your grappling hook, I think has to go on your toolbar. You've got healing items that are probably going to have to go on your toolbar. You've got all kinds of different stuff that is potentially going to have to go on your toolbar. So you could avoid having to limit people by making more things that are important to have on your toolbar than you have space for, right? Make people make those decisions. I would also like to see if they do add cosmetics, etc., then keep it period/lore accurate. There should not be players in Dune running around in DJ outfits and building glass bases, or DJ rooms, or making their vehicles look like modern cars, or their ornithopters looking like modern jets and helicopters. I think that'll probably end up being the case, Damien. I don't see, um, based on some of the dev streams that I've watched so far, it looks like maintaining lore accurate gameplay and look is not just important, but it's actually being imposed on them by the holders of the Dune IP, right? Because they're licensing the Dune IP to make this game. So I don't think that they could make DJ outfits for this game if they wanted to. because somebody else is making those decisions, right? It's part of their contract. I'm not 100% sure of that, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from watching some of the dev streams is some decisions are being taken out of their hands to maintain lore continuity across media. Um, yeah, but it seems to me that maintaining the ability to have 8 shotguns would be great if having those 8 shotguns meant that this person had no healing items. Right? It doesn't matter if they're constantly shooting bullets at me. If they can't heal themselves, then I also have an advantage because I have healing items, right? What if I've got 1 shotgun and 7 bars of healing items or 7 slots of healing items? Then I'm reloading sometimes, but also I'm healing. So I think that there's another sort of alternative way to overcome this issue that isn't saying, okay, you only get 2 big guns. It's saying you can take 8 shotguns if you want, but if you do that, you're missing out on all of this utility, and utility is extremely important, right? It doesn't matter if you have a shotgun if you don't have your grappling hook and suspensor belt on your hotbar, and I can just grapple up on top of a rock or something. Your shotgun loses a huge amount of its effectiveness because of range. Then you got to get into your inventory, which you're not going to be able to move while you're in your inventory. So really, you just have to run away, hide, get in your inventory, change your hotbar. Right, you put yourself in a potentially really bad situation. Now you could just bring 8 different weapons, right? So you have a weapon for every situation. Um, but what I'm saying is the more variety of tactical options they give us to put on our bar, the more um, the more decisions they make us make for our loadouts, the less this right here is actually going to be an issue. So I do want to have that a little update there, because it is at least something that needs consideration. But I don't think it's going to quite be as important as this person thinks it is. Would it be possible for the introduction of snap to grid for placement of placeables inside your base for those who are OCD about things being in place? Again, so about every other question we're getting right now is an aesthetics question, which is freaking me out. I don't get it. Oh my God. Why does everybody care about aesthetics? This is great though, because I want to talk about this question too, right? It's got 7 updates. This is important enough that 7 people have updated it, and this one's only been 2 hours, right? Instead of the 3 hours. So this one's getting a lot of updates per time in here. So it doesn't matter to me. But if every other question is about aesthetics, then it's likely that every other person in my stream also cares about aesthetics, which is great for me because it'll mean that at least every other person in my guild cares about aesthetics, and I can make somebody else craft or build the guild hall. And I don't have to do it, which makes me really happy. Some people's OCD are bad enough that not being able to snap placeables would make the game unplayable. Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is extremely important. It was one of the best changes about building in Ark Survival Ascended versus Ark Survival Evolved is how well some of the crafting structures started snapping to each other. Um, they sort of had this like dynamic snap. And so whenever you would get near a wall or something like that, it would just snap up to the wall. And then you could slide it around so it wasn't like locked in place, but it would set the edge directly to the wall. The Ark Survival Ascended uh, building system, at least for placing structures inside, or not structures, facilities inside of your structures, is actually pretty good for getting things lined up, and trying to make the most use out of your space and keep things clumped together and stuff. So if they have a similar system like that in Dune, that would actually be pretty good. Even from a perspective like mine, where I'm very utilitarian, that's still really important to me because I want to I want to clump things in certain ways. I want to place things in certain ways, right? My goal is always I want to be able to access as many of my crafting facilities as possible without moving. Um, that's especially going to be easy because it sounds like Dune is also going to have the same craft from storage that like Once Human has. So it doesn't look like you're going to have to be carrying the items. So you're not going to have to clump storages near to your crafting stations so that you can access the storages in order to craft. It looks like you're going to be able to just craft straight from the storage. So that's going to be pretty cool too. I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, so very important question. I actually might go ahead and give that one an updo because again, there are some utilitarian implications here as well. Sad that you can't just move your base like Once Human. You know, because this is going to be a little bit of a grittier game, Damien. Um, I'm totally okay with that. One of the reasons I'm okay with that is you are going to be building bases in the deep desert. Those bases that you're building in the deep desert are going to serve as temporary depots for gathering rare materials and stuff like that, so you can make fewer ornithopter trips back. Right? You want to build up enough resources that you need the full weight of your transport ornithopter before you make a trip back. Um, well, so your base, it the way it's going to work in the deep desert, based on my understanding, I could be wrong, but the way it's going to work in the deep desert is you still get a shield. Your base is still unraidable most of the time, and only every now and then will a storm, like a special kind of storm. This isn't the weekly storm that destroys everything. This is a special kind of storm that comes through and will temporarily knock out power to your shields and make your base raidable. But they already said that they are going to avoid having these storms during off hours, so like late at night or during the workday. So only during times when there's lots of people on who could defend those bases will there ever be really an opportunity for one of these storms to happen. And then it's a temporary outage of your power. And then you just need to make sure you defend your base during that time. And then the rest of the time, you're just good. You have a shield. People can't raid it. Um, so I don't think it's actually going to be as much of a problem as I think it is. I think that's a bad solution. Um, I would like to see some more opportunity for raiding out in the desert. But also, this is a huge boon for stopping Zergs because if bases were just always raidable and you had a big old mega guild on your world, then they could literally just roam around during prime time with 50 or 60 players and just crush bases one after the other, one after the other. There wouldn't be a ton you could do to stop it, and so you would basically just not be able to build in the deep desert at all because of that. So it seems like they're going to try and make it so that that's not really an issue. Um, and there will still be big guilds that during those storm times, they'll come and they'll just chomp as many bases as they can. But um, I don't think it's going to be quite as big of an issue as we think. I'm a solo player, bad at PvP, and prefer scavenging and base building. Will I really be able to thrive without going into PvP and going solo? Um, I mean, this just doesn't. I understand where this person's coming from, right? The reason they want to play this game, even though they primarily play solo and they don't PvP, is they want to interact with the market. I personally am also very much a market player in a lot of MMOs, and I prefer to play markets in PvP MMOs because they have the most market churn, right? Metas shift a lot more often in PvP MMOs, and so there are a lot more opportunities to gain in PvP markets than there are in PvE markets usually. So I understand where this person's coming from. Unfortunately, well, because of the faction system, this person probably has a better chance of being solo and not having to fight than they would in a lot of other PvP survival games. So, stick close to members of your faction. Um, be nice to the other people in your faction, right? You don't necessarily have to play with them, but get in your proximity chat and give a howdy, right? Maybe if you see somebody struggling with something, help them out and ingratiate yourself to your faction. And they'll help you out. So Damien had a dream here. I was running across the sand with someone else close to me, and we had a worm coming for us. So try to save myself, I threw out one of the green bubbles to slow you down significantly, and the worm swallowed that person and left me alone. That sounds probably like a really good solution, Damien. I'm willing to bet that that would work. And if you ever do that to me, we're fighting. That's pretty funny. The only thing that might make that not work is it'll slow them down so they'll stop making as much noise. And so you might be the one that the worm goes after because you're making a lot of noise. So yeah, I don't really know. Um, what is the actual probable, not theoretical, max amount of players that can be on screen together and interact with each other unrestricted? This is a good question. We talk about, they're always saying things like hundreds, almost 1,000, but they're not really giving us exact numbers. I don't know if that's because they don't know what the maximum numbers are. Maybe they haven't put a hard cap. If they haven't put a hard cap, I really hope they put a hard cap because I would hate, um, if a hard cap exists. SKN 89, I think it starts lagging at 50 already. Oh, wow. That's bad. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. You gearing up for some Dune shenanigans? We're gearing up for some Dune shenanigans. I like this next question, but pretty sure it was already answered by the devs, and the answer was no. Yeah, so definitely, I'm curious to see this, right? Because that's some good information to know because it'll inform guild activities, right? We don't necessarily we have the potential to bring enough people with us that if any size of group attacks us, it may lag. Um, but then also we'll know like, oh, okay, there's 15 people over there. The game doesn't really work really well after about 30, so let's only send 15 people to fight them. So there's definitely, well, I can't really stream Dune right now. I don't have any access to the game. I've never had access. I've actually never played Dune. But we're coming up soon. On the 9th, people will start getting keys to that beta, and we'll actually get some stream action going on. It isn't, I mean, I guess we had the content creator stuff a while back. But I'm just happy to be able to sit here and read questions and talk about it, honestly. I wasn't even gonna play this game until about 4 days ago. And then I saw some information about the Landsrad system and I kind of fell in love. And I've just been literally 24/7 thinking about talking about Dune. Like I can't shut my mouth. It's ridiculous. So out of desperation, I'm reading a Reddit AMA on stream. Sadly, the 9th through the 13th, I will not have access to a computer to watch streams or play games if I get beta. Oh, that sucks, dude. Get wrecked. Will builders be able to acquire both Harkonnen and Atreides building styles without betrayal, or is the only way by betraying a faction and the swearing to the other? This is a big one. The other question I have is, so I can give building permissions or like co-ownership permissions to other people, right? So if I'm going to be the guild leader and I want my fief and my sub thieves to be the guild base, Yes, SKN89. Give me just 1 second to talk about this, and then I will get right to that because I think it's actually a really interesting system, and I'm very excited about it. Um, so my fief and sub fiefs are going to be our guild hall, and so I want to give other people the ability to build it because I am not an aesthetic builder, and I want to have a cool guild hall. So if I give somebody who has done the betrayal, right, who has both Harkonnen and Atreides, if I um, if I let them build for me, can they build both in my fiefdom? So that's a really interesting question. I want that to get answered. So is it possible to build bases in the deep desert? Yes. And also start base raiding in this zone, the PvP zone. So both of those things are possible. SKN8, you can absolutely build in the deep desert, and you can raid in the deep desert. There are, however, some caveats to that. Number one, if you build in the deep desert every week, your structure will get erased because the entire deep desert is getting changed. And the only way to raid, so the shields that we generate power for in the PvE zone, we are also going to be generating power for those shields in the PvP zone. And while those shields stand, you won't be able to raid people's bases. However, from time to time during the week, there will be storms that go through the deep desert and knock out people's shields. They said that they are going to keep these storms just to like prime time so that you'll almost always be online when the storm knocks out your power. Or at least maybe somebody from your group will be online when the storm knocks out your power so that you can actually defend your deep desert base. So, late at night, during the workday, stuff like that, you're probably not going to get any base rating in. But during those times when those storms knock out the power and turn everybody's shields off, then not only will you have to defend your base, but you also should be able to raid other people's. So hopefully, because the time that it will happen won't necessarily be absolutely known, and because it's going to be a fairly limited time, that should hopefully stop Zerg guilds from just going out and munching every single person's base. And will ultimately just make base rating in general kind of a less important part of it. But then if if you have a series of bases that you and your faction have built up near, say, maybe a really important spice location or something like that during the week, then you might find that the entire other faction just waits for a storm and comes and tries to raid out all of your bases so that they can get access to some of that. But I really don't know. We'll see. There hasn't been a ton of information about the Deep Desert released. All of the non-NDA betas and playtests that have gone on so far have not included the Deep Desert. So we haven't seen like any footage or anything like that of Deep Desert gameplay. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. I'm really kind of happy to be going in where everybody else who I'm going to be playing with is kind of going in blind. And we're going to be learning and fighting and stuff like that kind of all together. I think that'll be really interesting. So I'm glad to be going into a game that isn't solved before launch. That makes me pretty happy. Also asking myself about a possible exploit. You can buy blueprints of bases. They can be very creative and awesome, so they won't be cheap probably. I asked myself, if you buy one, make minimal adjustments on it and make it so a new blueprint, you can sell it again as your own creation. That would be bad. Um, I mean, I suppose. I don't know how that whole system is going to work at all. I don't know if there's going to be anything to prevent that or any of that. We'll have to see. Can you update slash edit your character's appearance after the initial character creation? Again, two aesthetic questions in a row. This, again, really isn't something that I'm terribly worried about. I probably won't even make my character. I'll probably go in and click random a bunch of times until I get something that looks kind of cool. And then, boom, I'll just move. Did you see my two responses to the base fat? Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry. The answer to that is no, you cannot. You only get access to both by betraying the first faction and swearing to the second. You do lose access to some of the more unique faction-specific items when you betray them. Oh, interesting. That being said, they never said whether someone who is sworn to the opposite faction can build. Okay. That is important information to know. I am looking forward to the answer to that question, actually. Very much. Yeah, so I'm probably just going to hit the... I'm going to hit the randomizer a couple of times, and then just take whatever character I think looks cool and move on. So not really an important question to me here. Will there be a way to re-customize your character after first creating them? Literally the same question. Is there anything implemented behind the scenes to stop a gaming community from going AFK for the night, stopping anyone else from entering the deep desert section while their late night players farm spice with zero chance at opposition, since each section of the DD is said to hold 100 people? This is a really important mechanical question right here. So a lot of people have been talking about the fact that there isn't going to be a problem with mega guilds. And I had this whole conversation yesterday for like an hour with a ton of people over on the Discord, in the Discord chat. And everybody was saying this just isn't really a mega guild kind of a game. And so there's just not going to be mega guilds. And that's just not true. This is a mega guild kind of a game. There is resource control, there is PvP, there is base raiding, there is destruction. Like, these are the things that these large groups play. They want to be able to control resources. They want to be able to control locations. They want to be able to control zones. Going AFK should not work because of hydration, and also there should be automatic logouts after being AFK. So SK9 or SKN89, you're right to a degree, but it is extraordinarily easy to create like an auto hotkey bot. It doesn't even necessarily have to be connected to the game, right? You don't have to inject anything or anything like that to tell it that it needs to click a certain button to consume some water every hour. And, to every 2 minutes move in a certain direction or something like that. So unless they're actively looking to catch those types of bots, this is going to be a problem. Even if guilds are limited to 32 players or whatever it is, there's nothing stopping gaming communities from creating multiple guilds and then working together. Absolutely. Pirate Software's community created like 20 guilds on one server in Ashes of Creation. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So here's my proposition as to how I think you could fight this. So one of the most powerful things about having these large communities is aggregation, right? To be able to have one location where hundreds of people put their resources. And so you can actually combat this aggregation by increasing the per person taxes that a fiefdom costs to maintain based on how many people have access to the facilities in that base. So what I'm talking about is right now your fiefdom costs a certain amount of resources in taxes to maintain. It's one of the resource sinks. I don't know if it's gold or if it's like, rock and granite and stuff like that you're paying in your taxes. But there is a tax system that is going to operate as a resource or money sink based on how many structures and how big your fiefdom is. But if they multiplied that based on a formula with a larger and larger and larger number based on the number of people you had given permissions to your structures to, then you could mitigate those larger communities from being able to aggregate all of their resources in one place easily and force them to sort of branch out and have to make a couple of bases and then have to be able to, move stuff around those bases and ultimately make managing resources more of a problem for guilds that exceeded or for groups that exceeded that one guild size. And then make it more expensive if they decide to go ahead and just have one location. So you actually have to make it less efficient to have more people. And I don't mean make it less efficient um, than what 32 people could do. I mean, you have to make it less efficient per person, right? The larger guild has to be at a disadvantage to the smaller guild based on their size before you'll ever eliminate larger guilds. So it has to be an exponential growth in taxes if you have people beyond 32 with access to your guild hall. And so each one of those people after the 32nd person has to actively be making your life harder. And only then will people say, okay, well, guilds larger than 32 isn't worth it. So we're not going to have guilds larger than 32 and we're all going to split up. But if you ever do that, you're going to lose a huge portion of your player base because a lot of people play in those larger guilds because they don't play often and they want to win. Well, and so that's unreasonable, Damien, right? And obviously you were joking, but it is important to control the maximum number, right? There should be a maximum number at which you cannot gain and in fact lose efficiency when you exceed. And until games start creating systems that impose that lack or loss of efficiency, you are always going to have huge communities. And it's a very difficult problem to solve. But you have to solve it because mega guilds are literally destroying video games. Not only are mega guilds destroying video games, oftentimes their goal is to destroy servers in video games, right? They want to quote unquote take over. But what they mean by take over is not be the best. What they mean by take over is they want to dictate gameplay to the other players. Like, okay, it's fine if you go farm spice, but you can only farm spice in these locations. The rest of these locations are reserved to us, and we're going to impose that rule through our ability to, like, follow you around and kill you over and over again, and basically completely shut down your ability to play unless you do what we say. And if there's no way for me to move Haga Basins, if there's no way for me to move worlds to get away from those people, then I will quit the game. And that happens all the time. So, implement a bounty hunting system on guild players with double damage. That's interesting. Like I could pay money, and then if somebody accepts the bounty, they do double damage to that person. But then again, your large guilds will naturally have more money per capita, so they could actually just take out bounties on other players. So ultimately, that system actually works better for mega guilds than it does for people fighting against mega guilds. And then they can just accept their own bounties, right? Because they have multiple guilds that are technically not associated, but not really. So even if you made it so that your own guildmate couldn't accept your bounty, right? They have 10 guilds. So, you have 9 guilds worth of people who could accept that bounty. So that actually probably would end up just being better for the mega guilds than for anybody else. It's a really hard problem to solve, and so I understand why it hasn't been solved, but somebody's got to figure it out because it's terrible for gaming. And it's not going to stop until it's imposed. So normally you need a high council of game masters who control if someone is exploiting gameplay systems. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and games make so much money today through skins and microtransactions and stuff. We used to have game masters in MMOs way back in the day, and the only way that those MMOs monetized was with monthly subscriptions. They make significantly more money now than they ever did in the past, and yet we don't have those same game masters in modern MMOs. So it's a little upsetting, and we definitely there need to be people flying around invisible watching gameplay. Dude, if you could be a bounty hunter, I would totally a voice user where I just run around and command people to suicide themselves by walking into the sand and let them worry. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, let's move on a little here. Subak Unnar. In Dune Awakening, we have two types of equipment, still suits for desert exploration and the armor for battles. Is it possible to switch between them without having to change all the parts of the set individually? Presets, very important. Not only do I want presets within my inventory, I want uh I want um I want mannequins, right? I want a mannequin that has X number of slots. It can be a very small number of slots, but I want it to have all the equipment slots, and then I want it to have a bunch of other slots. And then I want to be able to just go click that mannequin and equip or unequip everything. That's very important. Especially if you're in a guild and you're sharing armor pieces, because some people are on when other people aren't on. You need to have mannequins with full loadouts set up so that people can just zoop, 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 right? Very important. We need armor sets. We need to be able to quickly manipulate what we have equipped. Absolutely. Add the ability to search the crafting menu as well, because scrolling in late game sucks. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, what's the game that I've been playing? Last Epoch, right? The ARPG I've been playing has fantastic searching through all of its skill menus, through all of its inventory menus, through all of that stuff. If an ARPG game can have sorting and searching that's that good inside of your storages, inside of your skill menus, inside of all of that, then this triple A MMO PvP survival game should be able to have search functionality. Um, so absolutely, we definitely would love to have some search in the crafting menus, in the inventories, in the skill menus, in all of that. I don't I don't have the mental bandwidth to memorize exactly what every single skill does, right? So if I'm building a headshot build, right, I'm building a sniper build, I want to be able to go into my skill system and I want to type headshot into the search. And then I want every skill that has to do with headshot damage to light up because I don't want to have to go back through there and read every single skill every single time I'm looking to select a point because I can't remember specifically which ones deal with headshot damage and which ones don't. I don't want to have to, with crafting, for example, if I'm crafting blueprints, I want to be able to search my blueprints because I don't want to have to memorize every single blueprint that I have and what it does, right? I need to be able to search, armor or, bonus stats or whatever. I don't even know what the items might be able to give you, but I need to be able to search based on not just the item name, not just the craft name, but anything that craft might give me, right? If it could potentially give me strength, I need to be able to just type in strength and only see the craftables that are giving me a bonus or a minus to strength. That's, I mean, extremely, extremely important because I don't want to have to memorize everything that everything does. That's too much. I don't have the mental bandwidth for that. There's too many other things that I need to be memorizing in the game for that to be something that I need to memorize. Will I be able to decorate? Jesus. Every flippin' question is an aesthetics question. I am mind boggled by how important it is to people that they be able to make aesthetically pleasing things. This is hilarious. Will I be able to decorate my base with palm trees as a display of extravagant water wealth? This is a really funny question. It's kind of a joke. Um, and honestly, this is an aesthetics thing that I would totally get behind. Um, if you could have stuff like this, where you had uh, special decorations that actually consumed resources at a greater rate, that'd be freaking awesome. So you could just piss away resources for the sake of opulence. That would be incredible. This question I asked also in their live stream, if it is possible to have real plants slash flowers in your house to show water wealth and prestige, but I understand it is if it's against the lore. I saw in the buildings were just holograms of plants for now. Yeah, no. This is absolutely great. SKN89 for sure. Um, and it would work as a great resource sink too, because it's stuff like this that puts you in a bind at some point, right? So if I've got a bunch of I've got way too much water, right? I've got tons and tons of water. I'm doing super well. And so I'm just going to waste all of my excess water on bullshit like palm trees. So anybody who sees my base goes, "Wow, that guy's got a lot of water. That's awesome." And then the minute I start to run out of water, suddenly all of these reserves I could have had don't exist anymore because I just pissed away all my water. This would be, I mean, awesome. This is a great resource sink system, and you could do it with everything. Once human needs to do that, let me build a gas station to show off my excess oil. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Great concept. Something I would have never thought of had I not seen this question right here, or what SCAN 89 is talking about. This is, I mean, that's phenomenal gameplay right there. Phenomenal gameplay. When you use the visit a friend function, will you A, be able to take a vehicle with you, B, bring loot inside this vehicle back to your own server? If you can only carry your backpack loot, that will heavily restrict the point of visiting a friend for some good times together if you have to port back and forth to bring back your loot, gangster. So, this is an important question because the easier you make this for individuals, then simultaneously the easier you make it for mega guilds. And so there is some real double-edged sword action happening here where if I can bring basically an unlimited amount of resources with me over into another Haga Basin, then I now very seriously run the risk of mega guilds not being inhibited by the Haga Basin system nearly as much as they would be as things stand now. Right? Because now a 200 person guild is going to have multiple guild bases anyway. Because if you're, a 200 person guild, you might have 100 people on at one time. They can't all go to the same Haga Basin, to the same guild base. So you'd have to have multiple. But the easier you make it to transport resources and items between those two bases, then the easier you make it for that 200 person guild to thrive as if it only had a single guild base. And so this is, I mean, I understand making this Making it more difficult to move resources on an individual level absolutely hurts the individual player. And I want to be able to bring all of my resources with me across to other Haga basins. But if you do that, you are also just making it easier for those larger groups. So I'm gonna up that one because that's an important question. There may be something special or interesting in there that they might come up with that could help you, that could help them overcome the mega guild problem here. In the last Dune Awakening live stream, it was mentioned that there is a small strip of land in the deep desert that is non-PvP. How big is this non-PvP area in the deep desert? This is an interesting one. I'll update that as well. Again, this becomes a question of making things easier for those large groups, though, because only the large groups need deep desert space to build bases, right? Because again, they need to depot somewhere that is central. And so if you give them a PvE area in the deep desert where, you know, maybe hundreds of people could actively go, then again, now you have a place for them to consolidate their materials. Whereas a smaller guild, like a 32-person guild, could just leave the deep desert, right? They don't need that little strip. It's right there next to the entrance to the Haga Basin anyway. So I might as well just go back into the Haga Basin and depot my stuff at my guild base, which I can totally access anytime I want because there aren't hundreds of people potentially trying to access that Haga Basin at a time. So even if there is a strip of PvE zone, I do want the strip of PvE zone, right? Because I want um, I want to be able to move about laterally to try and find my entrance to the deep desert. But I don't I don't want people to be able to build bases here. I think that'll be bad. Will there be an open beta? We're going to actually downvote that one because yes, there is an open beta. And we all already know that. Will you please add chair dogs to Dune Awakening? Context. Okay, I'm not going to click on this. I don't know what a chair dog is, but will there be dedicated worlds for themselves like RP? Or for themes, not themselves? I know how to read. Will there be dedicated worlds for themes like RP? I don't know about this one. I assume there won't be. Regarding selling base blueprints, what prevents others from buying your blueprint, building the base, then selling the same blueprint repeatedly? Is there any sort of copyright protection on the original design without something in place, maybe an added tax/fee for leveraging someone else's blueprint? The base building role and market would be diluted by players looking for easy money through selling other players' designs. We'll update that one because there are so many people in the chat here on my stream that are interested in the answer to that question. We will make sure that we update. Could there be an in-game mailbox system for shipping items and Solari to friends or guild members within the same world that may not be in the same Haga Basin? I don't want this. First off, this is a survival game. And so anything in a survival game that gives you an out, right, gives you a way that you can accomplish a task without going out into the world degrades that survival experience and degrades the threat. And typically, these systems that degrade threats at a greater rate and at a higher degree for more advanced players. So one that we can already see is the sandworm. especially the sandworm in the Haga Basin in the PvE area, the first thing you have to do is you have to get your bike. And once you have your bike, getting from rock outcropping to rock outcropping actually becomes pretty easy. And unless you make a pretty significant mistake, the sandworm doesn't ever eat you after that point. Right? So the sandworm is a threat to players who are on foot. And then because the bike is ultimately taking you out of the world, right? It's allowing you to move more quickly through the world, which gets you from one safe space to another safe space more rapidly. And so that takes you out of the world a little bit. Survival Hermit, based on that logic, wouldn't you want the removal of an auction house, since that is way for crafters could avoid going to farm mats themselves, or PvP players to avoid having to craft their own gear? Yes. So I think you need the auction house for trade into other basins. This will also improve the players in social hubs, which makes the social life there better. Absolutely. Damien, I do think that a central marketplace is a bad idea in this particular case. And there's a couple of reasons why I actually think that the system that Once Human created with the vending machines would actually work really, really well in Dune, because then you could sell and trade stuff out in the deep desert. Right? So, and I think that would make the market way more dynamic. So imagine you're flying around in your ornithopter and you're scouting in the deep desert and you're looking for some duraluminum, which is one of the end game advanced metal materials. Right? So I'm flying around and I'm looking for some duraluminum, and I'm way out in the deep desert, right? Maybe I've gone 5 or 6 zones out. And while I'm flying around, I see this rock outcropping, and I fly in for a closer look, and there's just duraluminum everywhere, right? This is the best duraluminum location I've ever seen in my entire life, and nobody's here. There's no building, there's no structure, there's no nothing. So I get an idea. I'm going to put one of my sub-fifes out here. I'm going to put a small little shack, right? Enough power to keep the lights on. And then I'm going to put myself a little vending machine right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and sell a bunch of advanced mining equipment. And then when people are flying around, they're going to see this duraluminum. They're going to see my base. And maybe they didn't come out with the intention of farming, right? Maybe they were just scouting because it was the beginning of a new week and they're trying to get the whole map together, but they can't pass up this opportunity, right? That's the juiciest duraluminum you've ever seen in your whole life. So you fly down and you recognize you see this little vending machine, and oh my goodness, now I've got my pick. And I think that would be fantastic interactive gameplay. So maybe a core marketplace isn't the best idea. But one of the things about the core marketplace is that at the very least, a player had to go out and risk for each of the resources. So at the very least, right, there are no resources that are going to exist in this game that didn't require a player to go out and risk something to get those resources. Right? They didn't get to like harvest spice without physically going where the spice is. So I'll open a black market for spice in some underground sewers. There you go, SKN89. That's the kind of, right, those are some real options that could be happening if we had a little more of a personal market system. And maybe that'll be something that gets added in the future or something like that. I agree with you on that one. The personal vending machines that aren't connected to any other seller improves the social aspect. People come visit your base. Also, it keeps the markets more competitive. because the average price for something is less transparent than it would be, yes, on a central marketplace or auction house that shows every single item for sale. Exactly. Exactly. And it creates a system where reputation starts to matter. If people can consistently assume that I have competitive prices because they've seen all of the items that they've purchased from me at similar or higher prices somewhere else, then that means that there are potentially spots where I could raise the prices to get a little bit of a premium because people are just going to assume that I'm a good seller, right? And it's going to ultimately result in more foot traffic for me. So absolutely, I really like the system that Once Human has. I like their new central marketplace where you put your vending machine thing, but honestly, I think I liked the other system more. The reason that the other system was so broken was because people just started moving their trucks into cities so that they could put their vending machines on the back of their trucks. But they could have just solved that problem by making it so that you couldn't put vending machines on trucks, uh, and then still kept it where you actually had to go to people's houses, because that was a really good reason to have an aesthetically pleasing house. Was, somebody comes to check out your house because they saw it from kind of far away and they were like, oh, that's kind of nice, and then they get over there and, oh, look, you have a vending machine. It literally happens to me every time I'm wandering around in Once Human and I see a nice base, like you guys have seen it on stream. I'll be like, oh, that house kind of looks nice. And I'll start looking around and then I'll see their vending machine. I'll be like, oh, while I'm here, I'm going to check their vending machine. Um, so stuff like that is, like you said, really important for the social aspect of the game. Definitely something I would like to see. So I don't want an in-game mailbox system. I think that's bad. The only argument I have against having vending machines at bases is it creates a couple issues. Oh goodness, I've been talking so much, my throat is so dry. One, if the vending machine is outside for anyone to access, it can be damaged by sandstorms. There's already a solution for that one. Um, so you can give permission to other people on a per door basis. So you could make a door that was publicly accessible, that was airlocked from the remainder of the base, so that people couldn't get into the rest of your base. Um, but you could still have the thing inside. You can definitely add permissions per door. And number two, if your base is out in a remote area, you may never receive visitors compared to people built in high traffic areas. Absolutely, Damien. That might happen. And that'll kind of be, a that'll be something you have to take into account. I don't know if you remember the game Dark Age of Camelot. Ooh, SKN 89. I played. I played Dark Age of Camelot. They had also a nice system for vending stuff. There was a marketplace with an NPC where you could ask, search for items. And then the guy told you, yeah, the guy on house number 12 in zone X has that item. You need to travel to his house and buy it. So once upon a time, SKN 89, there wasn't a person who would tell you where stuff was. If I'm remembering correctly, when the when the consignment merchant system first started, um, you just put the consignment merchant on your house, and there was no central anything. If you wanted to go find stuff, you just ran around like an idiot. Looking for what you were trying to buy. That system was actually trash, and I hated it very much because there were too many. Right, that game was too huge. But yeah, no, I played Dark Age of Camelot was the first MMO I ever played, and I never played WoW because I was playing Dark Age of Camelot. and then I moved on to Guild Wars 1, and then I moved on to Final Fantasy 11. Well, I guess Final Fantasy 11 before Guild Wars 1, and then Final Fantasy 14. And then I started playing like PvP MMOs. So yeah, I never played WoW at all because I was too busy playing Dark Age Camelot. Used to get cray cray with that game. Hibernia forever, dude. Used to play me a Furbolg hero. O'Doyle rules, dude. Could there be an? Already read that one. Is a third faction planned for balance, etc.? Is the game going to have any kind of MTX system? So here's a bunch of questions. Yes, there is a third faction planned. And the third faction, yeah, that's right. Tree hugger all day. Is the third faction planned for balance? So there is a third faction planned. And they made an allusion to the fact that the third faction is going to have a different victory condition for the Landsrad than the other two existing factions that are specifically going to pit the third faction against the victory condition for the other two factions. So we're really going to see some interesting stuff. I'm really excited to see what this balance system is. Is the game going to have any kind of MTX systems, like an in-game store or a battle pass for selling cosmetics? Or is it going to be just a seasonal DLC? They're going to have some sort of like a battle pass system, but this battle pass system is actually really different from a lot of what I've seen. And I think it's going to be mostly cosmetic DLC based, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll be interested to see the response to that as well. Definitely, they're going to have to find a way, right? This is a live service game. So, after years, that $50 isn't really going to be cutting the mustard anymore. So they are going to have to find a way to continue monetization. I hope it's mostly a, a cosmetic thing. Especially, and I think Once Human really understands this, is not just cosmetics for your character, but also cosmetics for your base, or something that will get people to spend a little bit of money. So, is an endgame PvE activity planned away from the deep desert, something akin to a raid difficulty dungeon? I hope this happens. I don't see it happening, but I hope it happens. Are the different unique weapons and armors going to look different, or do they all share the same default look? That's mostly a cosmetic. Most of this is kind of a cosmetics question, but interesting. Factions and betrayals. Who is the third faction? Wow. Lots of people are concerned about this third faction. I am too. I think it's important to know who the third faction is. I think that they are not able to tell us because of that, that higher tier of person that is imposing like uh, lore stuff on them. So the people they're licensing the game from, I think, are making them not be able to announce their third faction yet. Upvote the last one. I want PvE endgame stuff. Upvote this one. All right. Updooted. Can we betray once total or once per faction? Ooh, that's interesting. So when we have three factions, will you be able to betray two of the three factions and end as the third? That'd be really cool. I like that idea. Will the third faction get a build set too? It'd be pretty silly if they didn't. I hope they do. We're actually going to update that one too because I'm really excited about this third faction. Like this person says, people want to plan ahead. I honestly enjoy planning for day one of games as much or more than I enjoy playing day one of games. That's why, I mean, I've been building the Discord for this guild. And I've been going crazy trying to look up any information I can. And I've constantly got this like movie playing in my head, this cinematic, of, me as a sniper going through my Discord is in my description. I'm not the slacker. You're the slacker. It is literally attached to both my YouTube and my Twitch account. You asshole. Everybody can get my Discord. I hate you. Freaking hate you. Go in if you're on YouTube, Party Wizard, just go into the description. It's right at the top of the description. You actually have to open the description to see it though. And that's a YouTube thing. That's not a me thing. I can't do anything about that. So shut your face. And then in the off-topic chat, there's also a link to the guild Discord for Dune Awakening. Maybe we just want you to link the invite in chat. Want to be lazy. How does PvP death actually work in Dune? Is it possible to steal other players' equipment and money and spice? So, I don't 100% know, SKN89. I am going to tell you what I think it is going to be. And I'm fairly certain I'm right. So, in PvP in the deep desert, my belief is that when you're killed, you only drop some or all of the resources that you've picked up, but none of your actually equipped items. The reason I say you don't drop your equipped items is there is a Landsrad decree, which the Landsrad system is the endgame PvP loop where you're fighting over great house votes, and then whichever faction wins, the larger guilds in that faction get to vote on a decree that they want to have active during the next week. One of those is called Right of right of basically right of looting other people. And so you will have the opportunity to loot their equipment during that time. Is it possible to force players getting eaten by a worm? Yes. You can make a sand thumper, just like Damien is saying. You can make a sand thumper, and people will get eaten by the worm. And when you get eaten by your worm, everything is gone. Everything that you have, all of the stuff that you've gathered, all of your equipment, all of it goes poof. And it's going to be glorious. And we're going to do it to so many people. It's going to get done to me so many times, I'm sure, because I am the least observant person. But sand thumpers are visible and can be destroyed? Probably, yes. So what's going to probably be the big deal about sand thumpers is you're not going to want to put it right on top of another player, right? That's not really going to be a thing. The worms, I think, have like a radius at which they start to hear sound. And so the goal is probably going to be to sand thumper a little bit away from the enemies that you're trying to get eaten by the worm. And then the worm will come because of the sand thumper. And then you stop the sand thumper. And then the only other activity that's going to be going on will be the enemy players. And so it'll pick up on that and then go get them. But a little bit of being observant will save them, right? Because you have an indicator at the bottom of your screen that's telling you like, hey, dum-dum, there's a worm coming, run away. And so as long as you have vehicles, your ornithopter, whatever, if you're paying attention, you'll just go jump in your ornithopter and run away. But if you're like me and you're an idiot, you'll never notice that a worm is coming and you're totally going to get eaten. I'm definitely going to get eaten. It's going to be a thing that happens. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what else we got here. During the last live stream, the team mentioned factions and a possible third faction introduced to help keep things even. Might as well name my character Worm Food for serious, Drat. For serious. What's up, Drat? How are you today? Only problem is if players slash mega guilds organize to block you from running away with CC and stuff. Well, but that'll be, that'll be a whole strat, right? Because then you have to put yourself in danger to lock that person down. So, you could maybe go in with no equipment, right? And just your skill set. If you had a bunch of CCs, actually, ooh, that's a whole build. That's a whole build. We're gonna call him the Shy Halud Paratrooper. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna go in totally naked, no equipment. You're gonna be a passenger on an ornithopter, right? And you're gonna paratrooper in. You're gonna fly out. So somebody's gonna carry you on your ornithopter. And then you're gonna jump out of the ornithopter and land on top of this person who's about to get wormed. And then you're gonna use all your stun skills and you're gonna get eaten along with them. And that's the whole goal is you just lock them down, but you don't lose anything because you were naked and you just lock them down until the worm comes and eats them. How hard are items to get in this game? If you lose like a good weapon or armor, you can lose 100 hours of playtime. I don't think it'll be like that, SKN89. The items are crafted. There you go. Drat is our Shai-Hulud paratrooper. Yeah, so the items are crafted, and the way it works is you'll find blueprints out in the world doing, dungeons and different stuff like that. You'll be able to loot blueprints, and then those blueprints will have a limited number of crafts on them. There will be like a range of crafts, and you might only be able to craft it once, or maybe you can craft it 10 times, and then once you craft it all those times, it's over. So I don't think it'll necessarily be hundreds of hours unless you lose like an obscenely good weapon that there's only ever been one blueprint of. Then maybe you've lost some pretty significant time. Survival Hermit, do you like your new name? You name yourself Worm Food. I'll name myself Worm Collar. Hermit can be Worm Bait. Worm Bait. Ooh ha ha. I'll be Worm Bait. I don't care. That's actually one of the ranks in the official Discord. It's actually the rank that I currently am in the official Discord is Worm Bait. Right, exactly. Unless you're carrying the blueprint, SK. It's possible that you could just be wearing, for some reason, like carrying your blueprint around along with your weapon. That would be really dumb, but it's a thing you could be doing. And then if you get eaten, you will lose your weapon and your blueprint. And then you'll be omega sad. You'll be the saddest boy in the whole wide world. Greetings, team. Do you have plans to increase the variety of building blocks? From what we've seen and heard, only the big blocks are available. Other survival slash builder games offer half, quarter, even eighths and sixteenths of existing wall, floor, roof elements, along with half width and round staircases. Will the game offer an abundance of interior and exterior decorations? Will you add functioning elevators for base building? If you've ever discussed this internally, how did you visualize this happening? Prefabs, shafts, 1 or 2 point anchor platforms, etc. Thank you, can't wait for the game to release. So, this is a very aesthetic question, but I'm going to go ahead. Hermit's new cabin is going to be in a worm's stomach. So there is, if I'm not wrong, I don't remember if I was reading this on an official location or if I was reading it uh, just somebody's random hope. But if I'm not wrong, there is a crafting material in this game called Shai-Hulud's tooth. And the only way to get the tooth is to get eaten by Shai-Hulud. So I think there's actually going to be value in getting eaten sometimes. And specifically, so Shai-Hulud is a worm, right? It's like the biggest, baddest worm. And I'm pretty sure in the game it lives like in the furthest reaches of the deep desert. So you're not going to be able to just like go out into the deep desert naked and get eaten by Shai-Hulud because it's not just any worm, it's a specific worm. It's like the king of worms. And if I've got my lore right, I could totally be full of shit, but I think that's right. Some of y'all who know a little bit more about the lore maybe could correct me if I'm wrong there. But this is a good question right here because, especially with guild halls and stuff, you're just going to want really nice, functional, easy to use structures for your guild to be able to use. So this will be important. An important thing about a lot of this stuff is your building is also going to house your vehicles. Um, so you are going to have to, there are doors that are big enough for ornithopters to fly in, or for your buggies to crawl into, or whatever like that. So there is going to be like a whole garage that you're going to have to build to keep your vehicles out of the sandstorms because the sandstorms will actually hurt your vehicles. So, I mean, the whole structure of your guild base is going to be really, really important. So, yeah, this is a really good question. Absolutely. When we raid a base in the deep desert successfully, can we also loot the containers there? Or is this only possible when the full loot decree is active? Or will that never be possible? I think probably you're just going to be able to loot, right? Because you'll just blow up the the storage containers and stuff and just be able to loot them. Um, but I would like to see the answer to this question, so I'm going to update that because I do want to know what's going on here. Really hyped for this game. Unfortunately, I'm a console player. Any update on when we can expect information regarding console launch? I feel so bad. So one of the things that I would honestly just recommend if you're playing on console, get a remote gaming service, right? I use NVIDIA GeForce Now. There's things like Shadow PC. Um, there's all kinds of stuff out there now for remote gaming services, and a lot of them work through your web browser, right? Like NVIDIA GeForce Now can just work through your web browser. So I'm pretty sure you could just use it on your Xbox. So if you wanted to play a PC only game, $10 a month, bammo, play it right there on your Xbox. I would look into that. I use NVIDIA GeForce Now personally, but I use it on my PC. I don't even own a console, so I would look into it more specifically for the console that you own and the web browsers that that console uses. Um, but I don't think that there are any conflicts with any of the newest gen of consoles, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure you check. Sorry, but definitely a solution is there for that. Will Dune Awakening. Yeah. How much of that did I mute myself for? Okay, we're good. We're good. Will Dune Awakening be available on Game Pass? I had to cough a little bit because I haven't been drinking enough water because I've been talking so much. I honestly don't know about this one. I assume when it actually comes to Xbox, it will be, but I don't know about before that. Will you be monitoring botting and farming? So I have actually already seen this question, right? I've already updated it. Will you be monitoring botting and farming and taking steps to mitigate market saturation of materials? You had mentioned that PvE players can trade in the marketplace to acquire goods, but in most MMOs, the price of PvE materials plummets due to RMT sellers and botters farming safe resources and oversaturating the market, making those items near worthless. I am curious what steps/methods you've employed to combat this type of issue. I'm actually glad that we came back to this question because they actually already have something in place that is going to significantly help with the botting problem, and that's worms. There are worms in the PvE zone. You are not safe in the PvE zone. And so if you are gathering materials, either you'll gather materials really slowly by staying around a single rock outcropping, or you'll farm materials faster because of respawn rates if you move from outcropping to outcropping. But if you have a bot and it's moving outcropping to outcropping and it doesn't do so quickly, maybe it hitches or something happens, it glitches out a little bit and it starts running not in the exact right position or anything like that, and it finds itself just out in the dunes for an extended period of time, it's gonna get eaten. And then everything that it's gathered up to that point is gonna vanish. Um, so it's not a perfect solution, and I don't even know if it was intended to be a solution, but the worms are actually going to help quite a bit. The worms are also going to be a great system of enjoyment for us regular players because there are always things that you can do to get in a bot's way. Um, and if you can get in a bot's way and maybe push it off of its path a little bit or something like that, uh, you could probably get it eaten by a worm, which would be a much, much easier way, right? Normally, it's really, really hard to have any sort of significant impact on bots that you see. But I think getting a bot eaten by a worm is actually going to be pretty easy. So this will be kind of a fun little activity that we can do as players as well, to just go get the RMT bots eaten by worms and have all of their resources vanish. So I actually think botting is probably going to be harder in this game than it has been in any MMO up to this point. So I'm pretty excited about that. If I'm planning a longer vacation or work-related trip that requires me to disconnect from the game and last longer than a generator can power and protect my base, how can I ensure that my base remains intact and all my stored items are safe? Is there a backup or vacation mode plan? In New World, we would build a camp over the bot, and they would, yeah, absolutely. That used to happen all the time for sure. Um, this is this is an interesting one for me. I don't really ever take vacations from my video games, so this isn't even a question I would have thought to ask. I pretty much play video games obsessively until I'm thoroughly burnt out on them, and then I just stop playing them for extended periods of time, like years, and then I come back to them. So, yeah, exactly, Damien. That's definitely true. Something that I would like to see, um, I don't want these people to lose their resources. So, you know, once human has a good solution, right? Because your base disappears, but it just goes into your buffer or whatever so that you can just move it and then you get all your stuff back, right? So you don't lose your resources. You're not losing any weapons. You're not losing the actual base structure itself. And I think that's a great system because then, if people have stopped playing the game for a while or whatever, um, they can do that. And I would like that system to exist because I want those bases to disappear, right? I want people to have access to those base locations who are actually playing. I want the improvement to performance of the server. I want all of that stuff. If you're not going to be online for a month or, longer, then I want your base to go away. I don't want you to lose anything, but I want your base to go away. I I have no personal value for your base, even if it looks really cool. I don't really give a shit, right? So the only problem that I could see here is if you made a base that specifically was built like around a rock outcropping and really used the rock outcropping as part of its sort of structure, then I could see it being very impossible to ever get back to that location in the exact same way. And that would be sad. But yeah, I just really don't. In that situation, you actually can make your base public. So maybe that's what I would do because you have control per um, you have control per door whether or not people can access. So just put your power generators in a location where everybody on your server can access, right? Make them public so that people can access them, and then ask in global, like, hey, I have a really cool base. I'm going to be gone for 2 months. Can y'all just come put power cells in my base so that it'll still be here when I get back? And then I bet, honestly, that people would keep your base powered for you. Most people are nice. Some people suck, but most people are nice. Yeah, need to make room for active players. Absolutely, SK. Agreed. Final Fantasy XIV had a 30-day timer on their housing. If you didn't set foot in your house, it would disappear and the plot would be available for purchase for other players. Your items would still be safe, though. Yeah, that's what it needs. There would also be a way, if you farm a lot of resources before your vacation, you could fill the reactor in advance and pay before. But I don't like this. I think it should disappear. Yeah, I mean, I think if you made it, well, and they already have made it. So I think because other people can come and maintain your base for you, then situations where a base is really important or really cool, that base will just get maintained by the community. And then in situations where your base is just a regular old base and nobody really gives a crap about it, that base will just end up getting destroyed. So yeah. What are player number slash cap we can expect per world and deep desert? How many is several hundreds? How many Haga basins per world? What are the planned numbers? This one is really, really important because it seems to me like in an entire world, which is a complete collection of Haga basins and deep desert, and the deep desert that's shared, it seems to me like you're only going to be able to have maybe a couple thousand players, and that's not even concurrently. That's that's like several thousand, a couple thousand players, like maybe two, maybe 3,000 players in the server at all, because it doesn't seem like the deep desert is even going to be able to maintain more than 1,000 players at a time. So, I mean, you have to consider how many players are going to be in the deep desert. The deep desert is most of the end game. Even if you're a PvE player, you're going to be going in the deep desert because it's 3 times the size, right? There's like 40 something deep desert zones, and then there's only 12 Haga Basin zones. So the majority of gameplay happens in the deep desert. So you have to assume that at least, say, 60% of players are going to be in the deep desert who are online concurrently at any given time. And if that's the case, then that means, if the deep desert can only hold 900 players, that means you can only have 1,600 players concurrently in a world. And because the worlds are location based, right? You have NA East, you have EU, you have Asia, you have South America, right? You have all these different server locations. Most of your players who exist in a world are going to be online at a certain time of day. Like prime time is prime time. Most players will be online during that time. So you can't exceed that 1,600 player mark by too much when it comes to just overall players. Maybe double because, some people, but then like on the weekends, like what's going to happen? Because you have to plan for the most full time of your server. So I'm really interested to see, what their plan is to mitigate some of that bullshit. Very important question because I don't want to be playing fucking Q simulator, right? And we've got a lot of potential Q locations, right? Every Haga Basin, every time you try and change Haga Basins to go play with one of your friends, potentially the deep desert zones because they're only supposed to hold like 100 people apiece at max. Like, there's a whole lot of potential for just Q City in this game. And so I'm really worried. And I'm really worried that the only servers or the only worlds that aren't going to have lots of queues are going to be worlds that just don't have the numbers. And I mean, 1,000 players just isn't a lot, especially if I'm going to play this game, for a year on the same world. I'm going to end up knowing every single one of those players. And that seems cool, but it could also maybe get a little boring. So we'll see. We'll see. How many shards slash sieges per world? Okay, this is the same. How many Haga Basins are there going to be? Will they be added as necessary? What do you expect queue times to look like for Haga Basin? Important question. And they've been dancing around these questions, right? They've been getting a lot of pushback about the sieges, and they've been doing the tap dance and answering really, really indirectly, like, oh well, that just won't happen. Do 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 do. Let's go over here and talk about something else. So I'm real worried about this, and I think it's going to be probably the biggest thing that holds the game back when it launches. So we shall see. How might a guild set up a base? Are sieges like the different worlds on a server and one's human? Yes, that is correct, Damien. The problem is that they are not as fluid as the worlds in one's human. When you make your character, you choose a siege to be your home world, and you can only place your fiefdoms or your bases in that siege. And as far as I know, you can't change your home siege. So if you pick wrong, you have to delete your character because you can only have one character per world, which is the whole collection of sieges in the deep desert. So if you pick a siege that has a guild base for a large guild, and you're constantly running into problems where you can't log into your siege because people from that guild are clogging it up, you have to delete your character and make it again to pick a different siege. And that sucks. A big old pile of doo doo. So if there's no system that allows me to choose to move to a new siege, then I mean, this game's going to have some struggles early on if there's nothing like that. That is a huge oversight. Promotes communication between friends, guilds prior to character creation. Yeah, and so I'm going to be streaming, right? June 10th when the game comes out. I will be streaming the minute the game launches on NVIDIA GeForce Now. And then I will pick a world and a siege that I'm going to go to, and that's where our guild base is going to be. We're going to use all of my fiefdoms, right? Because you get like your main fief, and then you get like 3 sub fiefs. And I'm going to use all 4 of my fiefs for a guild base, right? We'll put them all right next to each other, and then I'll give, all the people who really like to build, all the people who really like to build will be given build control over my fiefs, and then I'll just let those people go ham, and then that'll be the guild base. But it's probably going to be a little while. I don't think I want to pick right away. I think I might actually wait an hour or so and then pick a thing to go on. I'm so hyped to see the first ornithopter flying above me in the world. The players with the first one will be wild. Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to go out into the deep desert super early. I'm going to be going really hard to try and get into the deep desert as fast as I can. It's going to be fun. For sure, for sure. Um, yeah, so everybody should have permissions. Um, if you do come join the guild with us, Damien, and you want to go show your video, everybody in the guild should have permission to actually do that in that Discord. So you're more than welcome to do it there or do it anywhere. I mean, I don't care. And if you do decide to go live in your Discord, um, and you see me streaming, you're also welcome to come and advertise that, right? I don't care if you come and say, hey, like I'm also doing whatever right now in Discord, because you might be doing something more interesting and people can go watch that or something too. So let us know what you're doing. Definitely, it's going to be a hype day. It's going to be such a hype day. What I really want to see is the sandworms in the deep desert. I've seen plenty of streamers die to normal ones. Yeah, I want to see a sandworm eat like a whole spice trawler. That's what I want. I want somebody to be out there just trashing their ass in the sand, working hard, sucking up the spice, and then just in one gulp, this giant worm come out of the sand and eat the whole crew and the sand trawler and everything and just boop and disappear back under the dunes. So excited to see people lose all their crap to sandworms. It's gonna be the best day. Or an ornithopter, like you land your ornithopter and you're just like surveying around, like doo doo doo. Worm comes and eats your ornithopter, and then you're just standing there in the open dunes with no transportation. Like, how do you get home? You're just out there. That's what we need to do. Is there a system where you need to pull up spice crawlers with several ornithopters? No, so there's a giant ornithopter that carries your spice crawler. But yeah, it is a special ornithopter skin. Um, yeah, super cool, super cool. That's honestly maybe a form of gameplay though. Is ornithopters can have extra seats, so maybe you run yourself a little taxi service for people who get their transportation munched in the deep desert, like 1,000 Solari or 10,000 Solari or something like that, and I'll come pick you up and fly you back to Haga Basin if you get your ornithopter eaten. Do like a Arrakis Uber Arrakis. All right. So, how might a guild set up a base for their members to use in Haga Basin when a guild consists of members who may be across multiple Haga Basins? What us understand, a player uses their own personal sub-fief to assign permissions for guild access to build and manage a land claim for use as a guild base. But if the owner of that claim is not online, how might a guild member, this is important, um, get access to the guild place? Do you have to wait for another guild member to be online? Send them an invite in order to change the correct Haga Basin? Does this mean it's in our best interest to make sure that all members exist in the same Haga Basin? How do you handle this if a server is too full for members to join their home server? I know it's possible to build bases temporary in the desert, but that might not be of interest to every guild to have to do that every single week. Uberthopter, I love it. Uberthopter. So 1 to 2 players farming spice and spice crawler. But if a worm comes, 1 to 2 other players need to support, pull you up. Yeah, something like that, probably skin. I don't exactly know the logistics of it because there's been no gameplay shown of of any of the deep desert gameplay. There's only been stuff up to like tier 3 that's been shown, and you can't even get a spice crawler or one of these transport ornithopters until I think tier 6, tier 5 or 6. So we have seen no gameplay at all when it comes to spice crawlers or um, transport ornithopters. So I'm not That's just information that I can't speak on with any sort of real clarity or knowledge. We should name the guild Queen and then have our theme song be We Will Thump You. So I actually already named the guild. It's called the Searing Fang. I think it should be the most efficient way for spice farming, but you also can farm it solo, but not that efficient. Yeah, there will be there will be a maximum number of people that you need for maximum efficiency, and then anything above or below that will just be not as efficient per person. It's probably going to be somewhere in the 3 to 4 area because the group size is 4 people. And so I think they're kind of trying, it seems to me like they're kind of trying to make it where a 4 person group is really all you need to be really, really efficient at accomplishing each of your tasks. And then it'll be about breaking your guild into multiple 4 person groups to be able to go ahead and complete tasks concurrently. So you've got, 1 person farming spice or one group farming spice. You got another group over here doing dungeons. You got another group over here doing something else. But I think they're trying to avoid situations where efficiency is always being improved by numbers. Um, I'm sure they will too, Damien. Absolutely. Will everyone be able to play the beta test if they sign up on Steam? Probably not. Also, I wish there was a friend code system. Help your group with your clan at launch. So you get into the same Haga Basin together. I'm still traumatized from Once Human. Uh, Good job, FunCon. Keep it up. What is your pizza top? Yeah, they'll definitely answer that one because I'm sure they'll want that person to send them a pizza. How will guilds be? How will guilds and bases work in the basin? Okay, so this is that same question again. We're going to keep updating this one, and hopefully they'll answer it one time. If my friend and I are on different basin servers, and we use his server as our main base, what happens when he's offline? Is there a way to ensure friends all get into the same basin servers? There's some information here. Some people sadly know we have the same issue. If you're not onto the same basin server, you won't be able to play together. If you are on the same server but on different layers, you can join each other's layers. If the player, okay, so this person is misunderstanding what a server is. Let's see here. Are your are our characters safe and also backed up so I can take a break for a few months? My character has gained levels with skill points will be there when I come back. I know bases go after weeks of no maintenance. They already confirmed yes, characters will be safe, just the property decay is cool. They also don't call it server but world, which irritated me too at the beginning. Yeah, so the Sieges are the servers, and the world is all of the Sieges and the Deep Desert and the 2 social hubs all rolled into one. And yes, it is causing confusion in the community, and they really should just stick to standardized. They could have just called the whole thing a server and then used the word siege for, their little Haga Basin thing, and they would have saved so much confusion. But I understand what they were trying to get at. Dune is a planet. Calling each instance of the server a world does kind of make sense because you are in an instance of the Dune planet, right? And so, like, I sort of get it, but also you're making stuff unnecessarily complicated. What are your favorite MMOs? Don't care about that question. Are there maker's marks on items? Ooh. Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the one I'm literally reading right now. That's funny. Are there maker's marks on items slash gear you have crafted? Like on a sword info screen, it says something like crafted by Swordocrafter. This is definitely one that I'll updo. I like maker's marks um, because it gives a little bit of notoriety to people who spend a lot of time crafting. So, and that's one of the few like benefits that quote unquote crafters get, and I like that. Because player bases have vertical limits, if I build a base on a cliffside down low, can another player come along and build a base directly above me on the same cliffside? That's probably just going to be a yes. Um, there is a distance away, right? There's a buffer between. It's not like Once Human, where you can snap claims together. There is a buffer so that people can't like lock you into your claim by building all around you. But as long as the distance is greater than the buffer distance, then that's definitely a yes. When holding a control point with two Harkonnen guilds, does everyone there get exactly 10 points per minute? Near 24 hours for your personal. Do you have any clear plans to prevent the currency Solaris inflation seen in other games? Other than property taxes, will you improve descriptions for buying builds in the exchange? Buying buildings, sorry, in the exchange. Will you add more role customization for guilds? Will the third faction have much lesser rewards from the Landsrad? And will you add the ability to transfer full vehicle to a friend's Haga basin? We've seen a couple of these questions already. This person put out a couple of really good questions. Actually, I've been talking to this person quite a bit. This person is in the chat in the Discord a lot. I've been speaking to them. That's interesting. But yeah, lots of good questions in there. I'll update that just because quite a few of those. I just had an idea to solve the base blueprint reselling question. Ooh, nice. Let me know. Tell me what's up. Oh, sorry. Based off the top 5 bases they showed off in live stream, the verticality is inside. Yeah. So they specifically, Damien, you can choose to expand your base vertically, but there is a vertical limit to how high you can go. What happens if a player has 200 people allocated to it, but 180 of them now don't ever log in and play? Does that mean that layer becomes a quiet den of just 20 people doomed to not have people join? Or have you got plans to merge layers? This will be important. Not just merging Haga Basin layers or Sieges, but merging worlds, right? Because after the initial rush, we're going to lose somewhere between 50 and 80% of the player base, probably in the first 2 months. So you're going to have to go from a huge number of worlds and sieges down to a much, much smaller number. So, and that'll have to be something we take into account when we choose our world and our siege. Is we're going to have to find a world that is going to continue to be active enough that we maybe won't get merged into a world that we don't want to be a part of. So, yeah, I mean, it's all going to be a little crazy. A question regarding buying and selling of base blueprints. Can a buyer use the consumable to build a base and then create a new blueprint? We've seen that question before. Are there plans to add a bird's eye view camera when building, so you don't have to physically get to every little nook and cranny? We'll finish this question in a second. Damien's got a solution. Make it where a bot decoration slash crafting tables also put a maker's mark on blueprints. And if you use a blueprint with a maker's mark, then you cannot make that blueprint into a blueprint, which prevents reselling. Then the only way you will be able to resell that design is to farm the materials and rebuild the entire design from scratch. This will also make it less likely for people to do those speed build videos on YouTube. Yeah, I like that. And just make it straight up, like no matter how many changes you make to it, right? If the blueprint you bought was just a tiny little box and you build an enormous base on top of that tiny little box, because you started with a blueprint at all, you can't blueprint that base. I'm totally into that. Are there plans to add a bird's eye view camera when building so you don't have to physically go to every little nook and cranny? It seems Conan Exiles has such an option, so it feels weird it's seemingly left out for Dune. Will there be any sort of modding capabilities, mostly in terms of UI stuff, I guess? Are there plans for an NPC to allow for appearance changes? Um, a Thalaxu Surgeon would be very appropriate for that. Okay, so this is a cosmetic question. Um, Modding, I think, is super important. I don't know if they're going to have private servers in this game. It would be cool to see private worlds in Dune. And if they do have private worlds in Dune, if this channel takes off, we might even make one. But I love modding, especially in survival games. I think it's very important, so I'd love to see that. We're going to update this one because I also really want this bird's eye camera. One of my favorite things about building in Once Human is the fly camera. It makes building so much easier, so much better, so much less of a hassle. So I'm all about this right here, for sure. If 3 of my friends use the Visit a Friend feature to access my Haga Basin and want to join my party, what happens to the party if I need to leave after 15 minutes? Are my friends able to remain in my Haga Basin? Each friend could originate from a common or different Haga Basin relative to each other. Very good question. Personally, hope they don't allow modding, or if they do, it has to be on a private server. I do want the fly camera like Once Human. Absolutely, Damien. You should never allow mods on the official servers unless they're curated specifically by the dev team. For example, in Ark, they took a lot of the like Structures Plus and stuff like that from some of the mod packs and went ahead and added them to the core game. But that was all specifically curated by the team for balance. And it basically just kept them from having to replicate the work that was already done by the modder. And then they paid the modder, and that was a great little situation. So I'm fine with stuff like that. You definitely don't want to give people just free reign to like make whatever they want. But I love private servers. I love modding. Unofficial server clusters on Ark have basically kept that game alive. I think that they would do the exact same thing with Dune. I think you would end up seeing, some more PvP focused unofficial servers. You would maybe see some more PvE focused unofficial servers, maybe even completely taking out the PvP aspects of the deep desert, which I think would be perfectly fine, right? And then you go out there and you do your explorations, and you still do the weekly wipes and whatever, so there's still always new stuff to explore out there, but you don't have to worry about other people killing you. Like that would be totally fine. You could have a nice little fun time with that. So yeah, I think unofficial servers are so important to the survival genre, just kind of in general. So I don't know why we wouldn't add that in here, if we could. When is the game scheduled to release for PS5? No idea. Question: if I make 10 copies of my base and sell them, can the buyers make copies and also sell them? Same question again. I guess one of the things there's probably an item you have to make the blueprints, right? Just like there's an item that you have to copy your map when you map areas of the deep desert. There's actually a physical item that you have to use to create a copy of that map to sell. So if there's a physical item that you have to use to make the blueprint, then this actually might not be that big of an issue because, I'll make my blueprints for my structure and I'll sell them all. But then maybe I run out of blueprint items And so just through the scarcity of those blueprint items might create enough scarcity in the blueprint structure market that even people selling your blueprints for themselves won't really impact your personal monetization. We'll have to see about that. My two questions: will there be servers dedicated to or labeled for RP? Will the game launch on GeForce Now? And if so, will that include the 5-day early access? So they have already opted in. For those of you who play on GeForce Now, like me, GeForce or Dune Funcom has already opted in, like last November, for GeForce Now. So since they've opted in, and because the game is likely to be pretty popular, it is, I think, very likely that the game is going to be a day one, at least on the 10th. I don't know about this 5-day early access, but I'm banking on day one for GeForce Now. Now, I haven't purchased the game yet, and I won't purchase the game until it exists on GeForce Now. So this may all end up being a moot point, right? Like I'm super into it and I'm super focused on playing this game on the 10th right now, but it is actually possible that it won't launch on GeForce Now and then I just won't be playing. So until it launches on GeForce Now. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see that happening. GeForce Now is pretty on top of it with downloading new titles. They have a lot of survival games on GeForce Now, right? Once Human, Ark, heck, I think Rust might be on there. There's just tons and tons of specifically like PvP games and stuff are on GeForce Now a lot. So I don't foresee that being a problem. But just know, as much as I would love to say guaranteed, I'm not gonna bail on the guild, and I won't necessarily bail on the guild if we have other people who want to like step up and lead the guild until it comes out on GeForce Now, because it could maybe only be a couple of days. They can lead the guild until I can get on, and then I'll start leading the guild again. I'll still be there, and I will play Dune when it releases on GeForce Now. And I assume my expectation is that will be at least by the 10th. Where is the server located, especially Asia? Good question. They have actually shown a picture of that, sort of. If I have a blueprint made from a certain building set, like the Ultimate Edition one, can I still use it and fill the building block hologram with the necessary building materials? Or do I need to have the building set unlocked even to use that blueprint? That's an interesting question. Can you reset the skill points spent on the skill tree? I really hope that there is a system of respec, since you can only have one character per world. I really do want to be able to respec my character. If I decide that I don't like the way my character is built, I really don't want to be deleting and starting over, especially because my base is going to function as the guild base, right? If I mess up my character, then I'm just fucked, basically. So definitely need a way to respec skills. Gonna update that just for question number 3 there. I assume when visiting a friend in a different Haga basin, I will be able to transfer items back and forth, only limiting base placements. Will there ever be faction equipment which only certain factions can use? A couple of interesting questions in there. I hope this one is not true. I don't want people to be limited in their ability to play certain classes or playstyles based on the faction they choose. That would suck. Can guilds in the same faction in the same world ally with each other and go into the deep desert together? Can they visit each other's bases and trade? Yes, both of these things. Absolutely. I don't know if there's going to be a formal ally system. And I actually hope that there is a formal ally system. But I'm also afraid of it. Because if there is a formal ally system, there is no friendly fire amongst allies. Because as things stand right now, you can kill people of your faction in the deep desert. Backstabbing within a faction is absolutely something that can happen in this game. If there's an ally system, then close allied guilds could avoid that happening and work together more consistently. The problem is that that makes mega guilds more viable because as things stand right now, friendly fire is actually a problem that mega guilds will run into. So I hope that there's an ally system, but I'm also kind of terrified that there might be. But you should absolutely be able to, because all you need to do is friend somebody from the guild who lives in the Haga Basin where their like guild base is, and then you should be able to just use that friend system to go ahead and go visit that Haga Basin and go visit that other guild base and trade and all that stuff. Or you could just use the existing social hubs and then just meet in a social hub to do your trading. I don't know if there's actually going to be a player-to-player trade system, or if you're just going to have to like throw shit on the ground and pick it up. I hope there is a direct player-to-player trade system. Since we have a market, it would be a little weird if there wasn't a player-to-player trade system. But we'll see. Some of those things just haven't really been talked about in any of the videos and stuff I've seen. There obviously has been the ability to try and use some of those player-to-player trading systems. So you would think that they would be in some of those videos, but so far I haven't seen anything about that stuff. But good question. Are going to be a PvP league or a battle arena in the game? That's interesting. So this is actually maybe kind of something you could create as players too, though. Right? You could maybe like build a big old arena out in the deep desert, and then just like host fights out there. That could be kind of fun. Who knows? Who knows? Probably not going to be a thing though. If the social hubs are other server/instances, is there a way I am guaranteed return to my Haga without going back into a queue? Will we be able to change the look of our character during gameplay? We've seen this one a bunch of times. So this is going to keep being a question that people are asking, and it's going to keep being something that people are terrified of. Because if every time I leave my Haga Basin, I potentially come back to a queue to get back into it, then it's really going to interrupt my playtime. Right? It's already rough to deal with queues when I'm logging into the game. Right? For example, when New World first launched, people were sitting and waiting for like 8 hours on the first day to get into the servers that their guilds were joining. It was freaking horrible. And so if that is going to happen every single time I try to come back to my Haga Basin, it's not going to be 8 hours. But even if it's 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes every time I come back to my base is a nightmare. The other thing is the deep desert is broken into sections, right? There are 12 sections in Haga Basin, and there are like 40 something sections in the deep desert. And each section of the deep desert is only supposed to hold like 100 people. But there are going to be some areas of the deep desert that you have to go through other areas to get to. So something that Albion Online does is if you try and enter a zone that has its maximum capacity already, then you can just skip that zone and choose another connected zone to automatically go to, and it just teleports you. Right? So you just totally skip through the zone. So if we're going to be having a system of zones like that in the deep desert, and they have a cap that is significantly lower than the number of people that you would expect to have in the deep desert, are we going to have a system like that where if I go into a zone and it says, sorry, zone is full, I don't want to get put in a queue. so that I can go into the deep desert. Because then I'm queuing to leave my base and I'm queuing to come back to my base, and I'm going to punch myself in the face. It's not going to make me happy. So give me the ability to skip. And maybe that could be a solution for the Haga Basin thing, right? So maybe I'm trying to come back. I try and go into my Haga Basin. It says your Haga Basin is full. The queue time is 5 minutes. Would you prefer to join one of your friends' basins? Right? And then give me that option and say, okay, I can't get into my base, but I've got a really good friend. I can store some of my shit in their base for a couple hours, and then later on I can just do one big move, right, when it's not prime time anymore. Something like that. That would be a great place if you could find a Haga Basin that was never really full for your guild base. Then you could give people like rooms inside of your guild base where they could maybe store some stuff in these situations. And then, you could kind of set your guild base as another option. So, I'm trying to go back to my personal Haga Basin. Oh, it's full. Okay, go to the guild one. Right, and then guilds would have this sort of incentive to try and separate from each other a little bit and sort of find Haga basins that nobody else is in. But if I'm gonna be queuing leaving and I'm gonna be queuing coming back, I'm not gonna play. That's not fun. Well, that's not true. I'm gonna play, but a lot of people are gonna quit. I'm an insane person, and I can totally, I can talk to you all or whatever for 5 minutes at a time while I'm going back and forth. But that would be kind of specific to people who are streaming and stuff like that. So that's a big one. We're going to updoot that. Where is the Asia server located? Will you add the option to switch your home Haga basin when your basin is overfilled to alleviate potential issues with long queue times? We're going to updoot that one because I just want this question to get answered. This is my biggest fear. 100%. What, if anything, is the internal view on Zergs? And what, if anything, is being implemented towards stopping a 3-guild alliance from ruining the gameplay of the rest of the server? We've talked about this a bunch, and like I said, there just doesn't seem to be a ton of stuff that they're looking at doing to prevent these larger guilds. And it's difficult. Like I said, you almost have to impede the progress of normal players in the hopes that you're impeding the progress of the large guilds even more to get rid of these folks. So we'll see. Are we going to see Chris knives and other rare weapons or possible player titles? I'd love to see some player titles. For maybe like some super special activities. That'd be really cool. Just some bragging rights. Doesn't do anything for your character, doesn't change your character in any way, but just something that can be attached to your name, or, a special swatch you can get on your cloak or something like that for some very, very specific sort of activity that's maybe super hard. Would be really fun. Will the banks have permission settings to allow certain people to access and allow guild members to transfer Solari/item between sieges in the same world, or is it locked solely to the player? They say bank. I don't know if they mean a bank in like a bank, like a central bank. Chris knives would be awesome. Make them a legendary blueprint that is only obtained by getting Shai Halud teeth, which should be a rare drop killing a sandworm. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I read. Chris knives can only be created with Shai Halud teeth, and the way you get Shai Halud teeth is getting eaten by Shai Halud. So this is actually, Damien, straight up what I saw somewhere, and I don't remember if it was on some sort of official thing or if it was just people talking smack. I don't remember. But it was specifically about the Chris dives, yes. Will the banks have permission settings to allow certain people? Yeah, so if they're talking about guild storage containers, yes, you can allow permissions, people. I know in the actual Dune lore, the Fremen would get teeth by killing sandworms. So you can't kill a sandworm in this game. That has been stated by the devs. No sandworm killing. I know base rating isn't a priority. However, due to the deep desert being a PvP area that wipes weekly, is there any chance for more base rating slash defense features for that area eventually? I want to update that. This is a big deal to me. I think base rating is super fun. And because these bases are going to wipe every week anyway, um, they're not going to be able to get so huge that they're going to take like days to raid like an arc. So it'll basically be like fob versus fob out there, and I think that'll be great. And I want to see that. A good day. Please tell us in what form will we get the base raid? Okay, so we already know kind of what we're going to be doing for the raids. Specifically, you're going to have bases out in the deep desert, and then the storm that comes through that knocks out power that will temporarily take down your shields would leave your base open to being raided. So yeah, no, we're gonna go through as a guild. We will build ourselves an idea of what we want our fobs to be out in the desert, and we will make blueprints of those, and then we will keep them to ourselves. And then we'll take those out into the deep desert and quickly erect fobs, for large mining operations, for large spice operations. There's going to be like dungeons and stuff out there, I think, that you're going to want to fight. So if we find one that's like got specific loot that we want that's maybe also near a spice location, we might drop a fob out there so that we can, on repeat, go in and defeat that dungeon and get its resources and stuff. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do out there and to do with that. There are honestly going to be times where you might spend a couple of days out in the deep desert without ever coming back to your base because it's just going to be, because you're going to have transport ornithopters, it's just going to be more efficient to be out there gathering up and stuff. Oh, imagine if you could use sand thumpers as a defense, like have multiple thumpers out at the edge of, ooh, staying away from your base, and when you have people raiding, you can activate them from inside your base and have like a worm stampede come through. That's a great idea. I don't know if you can activate the sand thumpers remotely, but just kind of permanently, right? Find yourself a rock outcropping, build your base on the rock outcropping, take up the whole rock outcropping, and then put sand thumpers out, draw a bunch of worms to you, and then just basically have a bunch of worms defending your base. That sounds like a great idea. We're going to do some testing with that, Damien. When we get to a point where we can get out into the deep desert, I want to see, is the worm going to eat the thumper and destroy it? Probably. How long will the worm stick around? Will it, um, will it eventually leave? Do they kind of roam around and stuff like that? What can I do to manipulate those worms to get them to be my defensive perimeter? That sounds hella interesting. We're gonna look into that pretty hard, actually. Sure, for sure. That's a great idea. What a genius. Everybody else is thinking about how to attack with worms. But what about defending with worms? Um, yeah. Are there any measures slash gameplay mechanics that will prevent bigger clans snowballing compared to small clans? Example, if I'm playing together with 2 to 3 friends, we have 5 people clan. It seems like there's no point in us attempting going into deep desert if there are clans of up to 32 people. Will there be servers that have limits on clan size? So every server is going to have a limit on clan size. It's going to be 32. The problem I'm looking at right? The difference between 5 people and 32 is significant, but the difference between 32 and 100 is actually even more significant because these 5 people are almost always going to be on together. These 32 people are only going to have, you know, maybe half on at a time, maybe 16. And then that 100 people are going to be looking at having, maybe 40 people on at a time. And when you think about, 5 people fighting 16 people, that doesn't seem quite as insurmountable as 16 people fighting 40 people, even though the ratio is greater here. Um, it can turn into a big old clusterfuck real fast. So I'm pretty concerned about groups greater than 32. Also, and I said this the other day, I'm big into chaos. And small groups and solo players generate chaos. And so if you promote systems that force people not to have groups bigger than this 32-person maximum, then you have a lot more solos and casuals running around. And so they're going to see, right? Maybe you've got a big 20 versus 20 fight going on of 2 big 32-person clans, right? And it's really organized and it's got this sort of ebb and flow to it, and everything's really structured. And then out of nowhere, here comes this group of 2 people who's just flying around on an ornithopter having a good day. And they're like, oh, look, a fight. Let's go join one of the sides. And then completely out of the rhythm of the battle, right? They come in from a side attack or they come in from a back attack. And maybe they don't really even do that much damage, but the chaos they create will throw off the rhythm of that fight. And now it becomes a fight not about who can follow the general rhythm of the battle better, but who can adapt to the new rhythm of the battle because of what these randoms just created, right? Casual players are agents of chaos because they have no idea what they're doing 90% of the time. And that chaos creates emergent gameplay. When you used to play Dark Age of Camelot, in Hibernia, there was a dungeon that we used to go down into the bottom of to level up our characters, and you would just go in there and you just massively kill enemies for hours and hours to level up your character to max level towards the end game. And those of us who really knew what we were doing, right, we'd get down there, no problem. We'd start killing all the enemies, no problem. And it was just this kind of boring, known experience, right? Everybody knew exactly what to do to get the most out of it. It was super efficient. It was super fun. But eventually, after you'd done it a time or two, it just became a chore. But it always became interesting when some random player who had never done it before, somebody who was getting like their first level 50, came barreling down there trying to get to the bottom because somebody told them, oh, just run, you'll be fine. But they didn't realize there was a specific path to run where they were going to get chased by every mob in the entire dungeon. And then they'd get down to the spot where everybody's just farming XP, and they'd be pulling just this mass of enemies down there. And then all of a sudden, everything is total chaos. Everybody's fighting. Everybody's trying to keep everybody alive. Everybody's trying to survive so they don't have to come back down to get their XP. And that was the fun emergent gameplay. And it was all because this one dude who had no idea what he was doing just came balls out, heading down the dungeon. Like, I'm coming to get my XP. It's a Leroy Jenkins thing. Casual players are Leroy Jenkins. And so the more welcoming your game is to casual players, the more experiences like that people are going to have. If your game isn't, even look at something like League of Legends and look at professional gameplay. Professional gameplay is extremely sanitized, right? Everybody knows what certain really bad decisions are, and so you never see them. And so you don't have these hero moments of overcoming those bad decisions. But if you look at like bronze tier games in League of Legends, there are hero moments all the time because nobody knows what they're doing. And so somebody will just go in and do a stupid thing, but then nobody knows the way that you're supposed to punish that stupid thing. And so this person just gets, like, I've gotten pentakills playing Master Yi 1v5 diving dragons, by flashing over the wall because nobody was prepared for me to do it because it's not this known mistake that's going to happen, right? They don't have as much vision, and there's just these wonderful hero moments that you can get into, and they happen almost every game because casual people who are really low rank and who don't have a ton of skill, like me, just do dumb shit. And it's fun. Right, but those are you're talking about single players, right? So the difference between what I just said and what you just said is I dove 1v5 into a dragon to get a pentakill, right? That's a dumb hero moment. What you just said is Caps playing Vayne against Tristana, condemning her into a wall. That's a one-on-one. That's not a hero moment. That's Caps outplaying his opponent, right? Faker has a lot of really skillful moments, but it's Faker outplaying maybe one or two other players. Now, is he playing at a skill level that is way beyond anything I've ever seen before? Absolutely. But those aren't necessarily hero moments. And they are within the standard flow of the game. And casual players also create hero moments for other people too. Right. And so those things do still happen sometimes, Damien, but they don't happen all that often. They literally happen every game in lower yellow. They also give better players opportunities for hero moments too, because you have, that casual player who doesn't know what they're doing, run in there and do something really dumb, and then you get to have, that player who's maybe a little more knowledgeable or a little more veteran who gets to run in there and like save that person. And that feels really good too, because now this person's done the dumb thing and they were totally going to die, and then you just pulled their bacon out of the fire, and now they get to go on living. And now that person is going to be like, oh my gosh, that person's so good, they just saved my life, and la 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 la, that's so much fun. Like, it's casual players are the core of emergent gameplay because you can't have emergent gameplay without really bad ideas. And veteran players who are playing in really big organized teams, they might have bad ideas, but they don't let those ideas out. You know what I mean? No, Hermit is not going to save you. Hermit is going to try and find players who are better than him so that they can save you. But I am not good enough to save anybody's bacon. All right, let's see. What is the world server population's sweet spot envisioned by the dev team? I like that question. I've done the dumb shit, Ziggs ulting a Baron while simultaneously throwing my bomb package in the middle of the pit to knock players away from the center. Yeah, there you go. Dumb shit all day. Dumb shit is important. Um, yeah, I want to know what that sweet spot is. Absolutely. If a player partakes in the early access, will their friends who join the June 10th be able to join and play on the same siege and server? So theoretically, yes. If you join on the June 5th and start on a world that is started on June 5th and join a siege, as long as there is still room in that world and in that siege, then your friends can start on June 10th and join. The likelihood of that happening is next to zero. Good fucking luck. If you want to play with people who are starting on June 10th and you have the early access, if you have the head start, then your best option is going to be to restart on the 10th with your friends on a world that started on the 10th. Not only that, I think it's going to be better to play on these worlds that start on the 10th anyway, because the mega guilds are going to start with the head start. So here's what I think is probably going to happen, and I'm probably right. On the 5th, the mega guilds are going to flood every single server. You're not going to be able to find a world on the 5th that doesn't have a mega guild on it. The mega guilds are going to push really hard to get into the deep desert and start fighting. And the mega guilds all know each other, right? Because they come from a lot of different games. And it's going to become very specifically apparent in that first 5 days which mega guilds are on top of which worlds. And so the mega guilds that quote unquote lose this first 5 day battle are going to re-roll on the first servers that appear in June 10th. Yes, they will absolutely. So on June 10th, servers are going to start getting flooded with the sort of B tier mega guilds that got kicked out of their starting servers on the 5th by larger guilds. And then if you wait just a couple of hours for the second wave of June 10th worlds to get released, because there will be a new wave of June 10th worlds, because there are going to be more people playing this game than they're going to expect. So if you wait for that sort of second wave of worlds and then join one of those, you should mostly be able to avoid the mega guilds. And then it's going to all be about, 32-person guilds and interesting politics and stuff like that, instead of just everybody do what the mega guild says, because if you don't, then you just get run down and killed over and over and over again. So that's kind of my plan, right? I don't even plan to get into the first set of guilds that launch on June 10th. I plan to sit and wait calmly. Not calmly at all. I'm going to be losing my fucking mind, but I will ultimately be able to have, and I think all of us will ultimately be able to have a better time if we wait just a little than if we try and jump in there right away. Especially because the people who are in my community are just calmer, casualer people anyway. Yeah, that question isn't really important. It's already been answered. With the Haga population caps for concurrent players, is the devs' expectation that guilds will be spread across the hogs? You can play a lot and be a casual, right? I'm living proof of that. I play video games 12 hours a day. I don't even have a real base in Once Human. It's it's about intensity, not not about hours. Um, is the devs' expectation that guilds be spread across the Hagas of the world server and mostly come together at social hubs and deep desert, or to all fight for an online slot in a single Hagas as a form of server control? Yeah, I definitely want to know more about what they're planning with these Hagas basin things, because it seems like it's a fucking terrible idea. That's what it seems like. The world of Dune is all about power, not just military might, but economic influence as well. How does spice factor into the game's economy? I want to be surprised by this, right? I want to learn about the importance of spice as I play, so I'm not updating. Have you addressed the concerns about the combat, and what are your thoughts about the current state of combat? So there have been some concerns about the combat being a little clunky, especially melee combat has been talked about being pretty clunky up to this point. Um, Although there have been um, some notable improvements, people have said that things found. I'm a slug compared to your turtle. Yeah, so I don't know. The whole shield thing, I think, seems a little meh, right? Um, especially because the shield thing kind of makes melee combat mandatory in PvE. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned about it, but we'll see. I can deal with a little jank as long as the underlying mechanical systems, like my build systems and stuff like that, are okay. I understand you will support both PvP as well as PvE players. The Deep Desert seems to be PvP only zone. Is it the plan to have endgame only for PvP, or is there also a plan for PvE endgame? If yes, how will it look like? Right, so it is a lore thing, Damien. Um, it's a lore thing that I think makes the game itself worse, though. Honestly, but we'll see. We'll see. Um, yeah. So I'm really interested in this potential end game PVE stuff as well. The concern that I have is that a lot of the people I've been talking to are like, well, the deep desert is so huge. If you want to be a PVE player, you can still go to the deep desert, and that's just not going to be true. It doesn't matter how big the world is. You're gonna get found. You're gonna get killed. Um, and even if it doesn't happen a ton, it still means that you're going into a PvP zone and potentially going to get PvP'd. Now, I personally will enjoy that. I like my PvE to come with a little bit of PvP threat, um, so that I can have to make a decision about running away. I think that's fun. Not everybody does. And games like this don't really survive without PvE player bases. So I definitely want to see some like tier 6 equipment style PvE content that doesn't require you to put yourself in a PvP situation to access. Um, let's see. Will there be possibility to hot swap abilities, techniques, setup? Okay, we've sort of talked about this with equipment loadouts, but I definitely would love to see skill and technique loadouts as well, for sure. Will there be any in-game character ranking across factions, titles, etc.? So there is, at the very least, a weekly guild ranking system because the guilds, iFles, yo, what's up? Is this like Ark but no dinosaurs? Yes. And also no. There are safe zones where you can build your base in this game. So if you go offline, your base won't get raided. And that's very important. There's a lot more PvE potential in this game. And then PvP, the PvP zone actually wipes weekly. So you can build out in the PvP zone, but every week your base will get wiped, and the whole PvP zone, the deep desert, changes every week. So, like where materials are and where outposts and stuff are, and all that stuff changes every week. And then you have to go back out there and rebuild your base. So it's sort of like a weekly wipe arc cluster. It's going to end up being a great game, really really great game. So there is already a guild ranking system in here. There's not a personal ranking system, but a guild ranking system. Because using the Landsrad system, the guilds that provide the most support to the great houses will actually be in the top 5 and have way more voting power when it comes to decrees every week than other guilds. So there is a guild ranking system, but so far I don't think a character ranking system. I would like to see um, a kill leaderboard or something like that could be interesting. I believe we all, Funcom as well as all Dune lore fans, want Dune Awakening to be a success for many years to come. As improper behavior, cheating, and exploiting can ruin the game experience of other players, what measures will Funcom put in place in order to address such behaviors? This is just a basic question about how do you deal with cheaters. You pretty much always get the same answer from these companies. Well, we're going to have a dedicated group of quality assurance people who will take claims of cheating very seriously, and they never actually hit it right because they never get game masters who are actually in the world watching people's gameplay, and they rely entirely on people reporting and providing evidence of cheating before they actually take action. Um, and it always ends up being less than effective. So hopefully that's not true of Funcom and it's not true of Dune, but my hopes are less than high. Can you explain lunging slash sprint attacks, reckless lunge technique? Okay, so that's just a specific attack. I don't actually know what even that person's talking about because I still haven't played the game yet. All right. Yo, have we actually just been sitting here reading these questions for 3 hours? Holy crap. Holy crap. I can't believe it's been 3 hours already. This is what I'm talking about, though. This is how hype I am for the game, is just sitting here reading freaking questions for 3 hours. It's like the most exciting thing I can think of right now. And just speculating, right? Like all of my thoughts on these questions could be totally wrong. I could have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. And we might, tomorrow we're actually going to get the answers to a lot of these questions. And we're going to come back and do another stream of me just sitting here reading questions. And we may very well find out that everything I thought about this game was wrong. We know that we cannot build under terrain unless inside of a cave or under a cliff. Would it be possible to include player placeable rock structures as part of the build set so that players can design their own subterranean structures that emulate the Fremen lifestyle? This is an interesting question. It is entirely about aesthetics, but I like it. And I'd like to see it. I would. I like options, right? Options are important. But will crossplay be available once consoles are supported? Will we be able to control how blue our eyes get from spice use? And what sort of content is planned for the future expansions? Can we get a Freeman coffee maker to decorate our bases? How many full outfits are in the game? Still suit chic is important after all. Not until we progress through the game enough that a future expansion comes where we find surviving Fremen refugees and learn from them. That's likely something that's going to happen, Damien, for sure. I would love to see a DLC in the future with some Fremen action. Um, I'm interested in the crossplay part of this question. Everything else is all aesthetic, though, and I don't really care. Let's see, how exactly will base rating work in the deep desert? Can shield be damaged by other players? Can it only occur after a storm? Also, will buildings on the PvE strip of the desert also experience a wipe from the Coriolis storm? Absolutely. I mean, there are at least 6 different factions, or 8, that's an 8, different factions in the Dune universe that I'm aware of, all with their own aesthetics and stuff. So there's 25 great houses in this game. And I guess you could make the great houses all a singular faction. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's so many factions in the Dune universe that we could have lots of stuff. People have been speculating very wildly about who the third faction is going to be. So we'll see. Um, Base rating in the deep desert. So there are these storms that can knock out your shields, and that'll pretty much be the only time, in my understanding, that your base will be raidable. I don't think that players can damage other players' shields. I haven't seen anything about that up to this point. I think you just kind of have to wait for one of these storms to take out the shields. And then I really hope that the PvE strip of the deep desert will also experience wipes from the Coriolis storm. because I don't want, right. This is mega guild mitigation. If you can build a PVE base that stays after the Coriolis storm in the deep desert, then more of your people can easily access your base, which means that guilds with 100, 200 people will just have an easier time doing stuff. So I don't want that. Get that out of there. The main factions in the Dune universe are House Atreides, House Harkonnen, House Carino, and the Fremen. These are the primary players in the political and military landscape of the Dune universe, often vying for control of the desert planet Arrakis and its vulnerable spice melange. Other important factions include the Bene Gesserit, the Spacing Guild, the Landsraad, which we know they are turning into a different system. Then you have the Smugglers, Bene Thelix, the Butlerian Jihad, and Matris, and House Vernius, House Richies, etc. Yeah, I don't know a lot about the Dune lore. I watched the movie, like the old one, not the new one. I haven't watched any of the new movies. I tried to read the first book. I have an exceptional vocabulary, and I read a lot of books, and I read very well. I could not get through the first page of Dune. I read it like 5 times, and then I had no idea what it said. That book is so dry. Oh my goodness. I could not. Absolutely. My hat off to anybody who has ever read any of those books. Holy shiznit. Played like 3 different Dune games, never read the books. There you go. That's where I would get all my lore from. All right. Yeah, I want to know more about base rating. We know that you can toggle headgear as visible or not. Can we please also have that option for capes? Don't care about aesthetics? What will our options be for cosmetics? Will we be mostly relegated to still suits, or will we have other clothing options and be able to customize them? Will there be an option for transmog system or vanity armor options? Okay. Yeah, this is just all aesthetics again. Are you participating in any further? Are you anticipating, not participating? I'm actually starting to have trouble. Been reading out loud for a while now. It's starting to make me a little dyslexic, I think. Are you anticipating any further delays for launch? Let's hope not. I want to know though. Leodoxo. How can I protect my building blueprint? Okay, we've already had that question a couple of times. Will transmogrification be a thing? We've had that question. If they delay again, I'm gonna be pissed. I had to change my PTO once. Can't change it again. You're gonna be okay, Damien. I believe. I believe. Can fuel cells be crafted by the player, or are they only found out in the world? That's a good one. Fuel cells are what you use to power your shields. One fuel cell equals 1 hour. Will not be okay. Sad panda noises. What are the max number of skill points a character can have? This is a good one. Is there a way to increase personal inventory slots or carry capacity? Ooh, good questions. Lagiria. Can we craft backpacks for additional storage? How do we transport bodies to be placed in the death still? Does a person placed in the death still have to be dead? I mean, can we store them there until needed, like in Conan when sacrificing thralls? Can we toggle name tags above other players so we can see who we're shooting at when in a PvP area? I've seen streams where everyone is wearing the same armor and no one could tell who their partner or guildmate is. this is a big one. Um, this could go with one of these previous questions where they were talking about being able to customize armor by coloring it and stuff like that. But if we don't have the ability to change the color of our armors, we do need the ability to identify our allies, for sure. Can a vehicle that has, especially because friendly fire is a thing, I need to have something, right, that I can use. I guess the Harkonnens and the Atreides look different. So I guess if I'm fighting the other faction, um, might not be a thing, but I don't know. Can a vehicle that has items in its storage be stored with the vehicle backup tool? Good question. When I launch a survey probe, will my guildmates also be able to see the results? Can we create a custom label for storage containers? I'm definitely updating this person. They asked a bunch of really good questions in here. How do the points for house rewards work? Is it I get to pick what reward I want based on my number of points? I have 7,500 points. I can choose either the 7,000 point reward or the 700 and 3,000. Or is it cumulative? I earn 700 points and get that reward, earn another 2,800 points, get the 3,500 reward. I think it's the latter. Do I have to find the House representatives anew each week? Yes. Yes, you do. So let's talk about this a little bit. The Landsrad is the end game sort of PvP, PvE, control over the system push, right? It's the thing that's going to drive your end game content. And the 25 houses each have a representative that exists somewhere in the deep desert. And every week, that person moves, right? Because the whole deep desert changes. And so you have to go find the person and then convince them through bribery or conversation, or some of them even care about like the background you chose when you made your character. And you have to convince that person to tell you that great house's objective for that week. And then you assist them in that objective by, giving them ornithopters or bringing them spice or, controlling a certain control point or, some variety of activities that help them succeed at whatever their goal is that week. And then if you get enough points, um, you gain the vote of that great house. So it's going to be incredibly important to have like runners that at the start of every week are there, like right when the wipe happens, and then take off and scout ornithopters and just start mapping shit and finding people. Because the faster you can find these objectives, the more points you can put on the board really quick. And that's actually going to be the goal of our guild. Is we want to block. I don't necessarily care about winning the Landsrad. What I care about is blocking the other team from winning the Landsrad. Because I think that's where the most emergent gameplay is going to come from, is actively trying to be a nuisance to the other faction. So specifically, I want to block them from being able to get a Sisselrad. So the way the votes are set up is it's actually a 5x5 grid, so 5 across, 5 down, and then a total of 25, right? So if you get 5 in any direction, including diagonal, then you win the Landsrad, right? Because that's a Sisselrad. So you can win early by getting 5 in a row on a grid. So what I want to do specifically is I want to try and find the diagonal every week. Because if you take the diagonal, A, you get a Sisselrad, but B, no other Sisselrads can happen. Not sure how the trader thing works, but with friendly fire, that sounds bad. Yeah, I think you actually have to just straight up choose to be a trader. It's not like a cumulative, oh, you've killed so many Atreides, you're no longer an Atreides. I think you have to like actually go over to the Harkonnen NPC and be like, I want to betray the Atreides and make me a Harkonnen. And you can only do that one time. As long as I can thump people, I will follow you into the jaws of a worm, my dear leader. Absolutely. So yeah, so I'm really excited about some of this Lands Rat and Sizzle Rat stuff. I think it's going to be really fun. What is the maximum tax on the largest land claim and building? That's important. And is the three base limit inclusive of structures in the deep desert? I will assume that it is, and I hope that it is. All right. So we updated that one. Are there any plans for having sleepers, as in sleeping bodies of offline players? Ooh, that's interesting. Hopefully not. I don't think this game would really lend itself well to that, so I don't think it's important. With a game of this scope, regardless of the great expertise in the team, I'm sure there has to be some tough bugs. If there are some in this upcoming beta that are more pesky than others and aren't fixed just yet, will there be a document or fact regarding fixes or workarounds? That's an important one. Are there plans for private servers? I want to know the answer to that. If so, how will that work in regards to social hubs and deep desert? Can spice be sold off world? What? I don't see that as being a thing. Can you leave a house after submitting to it? And does submitting to a house lock out quests any specific loot plans? So this one has already been answered. Yes, you can betray your house. You can only do it once. Drug dealer right there, right? Jeez. Will there be crossplay or cross progression with console? If there's not crossplay on your consoles, I'll be really shocked. That's just kind of bog standard for video games now, especially online service games. Um, it would just be silly not to have crossplay. How and when will we know if we can play beta? That should be coming in the next few days, right? The beta's the 9th and it's the 5th, so a couple of days and we'll know. How will co-op actually work in terms of building bases and joining a server? I join my friend's world, will be my primary save. For example, my friend is World 1, I'm World 2 of Haga Basin. This person doesn't really understand how the system works. This person's going to be really shocked when they get in there. That is an interesting question, though. We know choosing a faction determines house aesthetics, but I'm wondering if it blocks access to specific content and quests. I'm sure it will. Absolutely. How important is water in the end game? Um, Assuming it's very important because you're going to want to be out in the deep desert for extended periods of time. Deep desert question. All right, the Lands Rad has control point objectives for the deep desert with regards PvP and control points. If you don't have water, you might as well step into the sand. That's right. Might as well just get eaten by a worm. Do we have to discover the control points every week? Yes. Or do they respawn in similar locations in the deep desert? Can more than one squad hold a control point for a faction? Probably. We have like 16 players, 4x4. Do they all get control points per minute? Or is it something only one 4-person team can get? I assume that it's going to be everybody. How close to a control point can I build a base slash many bases? That's a good question. Is there going to be, so we know that you can't build a base right next to a POI, right? There's a buffer zone, but I wonder if that buffer zone will be the same or larger for these control points. Um, that'll be interesting. It would be trivial to power a deep desert base for a week, but how does the shield down mechanic work during the non-Coriolis storm? Would someone have to be in a vehicle outside during the storm to damage the base? How do they avoid getting hurt if a single, double, triple walls? What is it going to take for someone to get in, destroy my shield generator during the storm window? Is it something one person, 4 people, 32 people can accomplish? This is important. So I think what's going to happen, if I understand what I've read correctly, is that the storm will knock out power for a duration. Is a respawn point different than a base? No, I think you have the ability to respawn at any of your fiefs. And potentially, so I don't really understand exactly how the respawn thing works because I haven't seen a lot of information about it. My hope is that any fief owned by any fief that you've been given permissions in can be set as a respawn point, is my hope. Because, again, you're working as a guild. You go out and you build a forward operating base out in the deep desert for, harvesting materials or whatever, and then you get set upon by another guild and they start killing your members. You would want people to have been able to set that forward operating base as a respawn point so that they can respawn there and fight. And that would drive people to place forward operating bases out there because otherwise you extend your death timer by needing to fly back out on an ornithopter. And the further out you are, the larger that death timer is. So you want to be motivating people to build bases, but you don't want to be motivating people to build like cities of bases, right? If you can only respawn at your own fiefs, your own structures, then your whole 32 person guild has to build a base out there each, and that's obnoxious. So I don't know exactly how it works. Hopefully, it's not the most obnoxious version they can think of. And hopefully, it's just something like, oh, you have permissions in this base. Oh, okay, you can set it as your respawn. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we're gonna update this one because there's some good, interesting deep desert questions in there. I like the deep desert questions because we haven't seen a ton about the deep desert, right? There just hasn't been a ton of information out there. Is it true that the only endgame activity to get the highest level blueprints and materials is PvP only, meaning no real PvE endgame? We'll update that one because it's kind of along the same lines of some information that we want. That Landsrad one kind of doesn't make sense for me. What do you mean? This one right here? Right here. Do we have to discover the control points every week, or do they respawn in similar locations? Can more than one faction hold? Oh, bonus lands real quick. Can I still unlock higher tier personal rewards after an alliance wins a square? What if I want one of the top rewards for a square, but my alliance loses the square early? Okay. So the Landsrad is that 5x5, right? And each of the great houses offers personal rewards for your personal contribution to their goal for that week. And they happen at different tiers, right? You can give 400 points and you get one reward, and then you get up to like 3,500 points, and then you get the next reward, and then you get up to, I think it's all the way up to 14,000 points. So it takes 70,000 points from your entire faction to win the vote. And then on the Landsrad board, it actually says claimed on there. So what they're asking is if somebody claims the square, gets that 70,000 points across their entire faction, am I still able to continue earning points after it's been claimed so that I can still get the personal rewards from that great house? So, like, if I've only got to 7,000 points and then, 10 other people have also gotten to 7,000 in my faction and it claims it, can I still go ahead and earn another 7,000 points to get my 14,000 point personal reward? I assume that once a scare was claimed, then it was done. You couldn't get more progress towards it. Yeah. So that's what people are assuming as well. And they're concerned because they want to be able to, like min max their personal rewards because you get like color swatches and stuff like that that you can use for your cape. And, everybody loves fashion. So people are very concerned that they're not going to be able to get like all the swatches. Right, right. Um, can we pre-download the game for the beta and the launch? Interesting. What were the big lessons you took from Conan, and how have you improved them in Dune? They're just gonna say that the games are different. They're gonna avoid that question because they're not gonna want to talk shit about their own game. Will Dune One or will Dune Awakening be available day one for GeForce Now? Will be added ally players markers like your group and guild in PvP. It sucks when you can't see friendly markers. Yeah, even something as simple as this, but we've already seen that question and updated it. Servers and friends. Um, PvP balance will load out weapon slots be something that will be limited or considered like leaning into only two weapons. We've seen that one before. Mods. Will modding be something? PvE Deep Desert. Okay. We're gonna start running into a lot of duplicated questions. I mean, we've been reading questions for 3 hours now, 3.5. So we're probably just gonna end up getting a lot of. Is there first person driving and flying vehicles? That's a new question. Oh, dude. How many hours of use on average is a piece of equipment? Jeez. I'm not really talking very well anymore, am I? I deliver a Regis Mayula pistol for 1,598 points to the House of Waiku. Who exactly gets the 25 advanced machinery? Is it the player who did it, or does the house slash clan slash guild get the reward? And do you get it instantly or at the end of the land's red? I think this is talking about the first tier of personal rewards. Um, I don't really understand. There's not a ton of information about the land's red, so we'll see. If the goal amount of 70,000 is reached, can I still work towards my personal goal? We just talked about that one. Will you add a polygon location where we can test all skills, weapons, armor, and vehicles without opening it? Will you be adding weapon parameters such as damage per minute and store damage? Will any special cosmetics be given to people who have participated in the open slash closed beta? Can I somehow save my stuff and not play for a year, for example? Seen a lot of those questions already. How many hours? Oh, that one's kind of interesting. Mentat question. What was the reasoning behind removing the Mentat scan? I felt like a very classic Mentat skill and much beloved by recon players. Of course, some of that functionality has been retained with the prescience scan, but it's left Mentat feeling rather hollow. Could a mental scan have a shorter ping for enemies and highlight resources or points of interest to make it viable? Mentat at the moment feels like an odd jumble thrown together class with little cohesion. I haven't really watched a ton of gameplay on the Mentats, so I don't really understand what this is talking about. Apparently, they had a skill that allowed them to scan for players in areas that they weren't able to see. Now it looks like some of that functionality is gone. Honestly, location information of enemies is unreasonably powerful in PvP. So if we were getting really good location information of enemies from this scan, I'm glad that they took it out, even though I intend to play Mentat for its headshot damage potential. Um, that was probably just going to be way unbalanced. What stops a guild from exceeding the guild cap? We've seen that, but it's a very important question, and I'm updating it. Okay, this is another server architecture question. So hopefully they answer one of these. Hi, dev team. Regarding the server architecture, particularly the instance Taga Basin sieges, With their relatively low concurrent player caps mentioned as potentially 40 to 100, many in the community are concerned this could create significant queues specifically to access our home instance where our base is located, especially during peak hours. Correct. While different from New World's global server queues, this home instance bottleneck feels like it could lead to similar frustrations of being unable to access core gameplay. Absolutely. Would you elaborate on the specific mechanics and expected player experience of the queue system for a full Haga Basin instance? What backup plans or dynamic scaling possibilities exist specifically for Haga Basin instances, not just social hubs, if persistent peak time queues become a major issue? Are player caps flexible post launch based on performance and demand? Great question. We're updating this person. How does the system handle scenarios where a player wants to log in to join friends in the deep desert or a social hub, but their home Haga Basin instance is currently full and queued? Can they bypass their home instance queue to play elsewhere temporarily? This is exactly what I was talking about going into the deep desert, right? If the zone is full, giving you a different option. We also talked about if your Haga Basin was full, maybe being able to choose a different Haga Basin, but even being able to choose, one of the hubs or the marketplace, especially if you could choose a hub or a marketplace and still be in your queue, would be a really, really good solution, right? So I could go to the social hub, I could interact with people there, or I could go to the marketplace and I could just, twiddle around in the market for a little while, see if maybe there's something I want to buy, and then it would just suck me into my Haga Basin when I was up on the queue. That would be fine, especially if it was only going to be a couple of minutes. No big deal. At least I get to run around as my character a little. But it still wouldn't be the best solution, which is I don't want to have a queue to go back to my base. That sucks. What gives the team confidence this specific aspect won't significantly hinder player experience at launch and beyond? I mean, but that's what the devs have been saying, right? Every time this stuff comes up about the Haga Basin and the queue times just being a huge impediment, they just dance around it. We haven't gotten a straight answer. So that's exactly what they're saying, basically, is we're confident it won't be a problem, but then they don't give any specific answers to any of these questions right here that let us know that that confidence is reasonable. It is absolutely my biggest fear about this game that we're gonna log in and huge numbers of people. Oh, the next person's question. Okay, will there be nudity like Conan? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but this is just such an important question here. What time of day will the game be launched? What time will the deep desert reset? Hopefully, this changes based on region. We're gonna update that. Will there be an option to preload for launch day? We've seen that. Pretty much every online game that has servers slash large slash worlds always spin up too many to account for the large influx of players at launch and over time have to merge servers. How do you plan to handle world and siege merges when population for that world slash siege dies down, specifically in regards to a player base, their collection of resources within their base, and any vehicles they own? Players be able to transfer to a different world or a different siege permanently? We've seen this question, but I'm updating it again because I want this answer. This is sort of the other side of that Q coin, right? So sometimes sieges are going to be too full, and sometimes sieges are going to be not full enough. And that's going to happen a lot more often. The smaller your maximum player base in a server can be, the more frequently that server will go from too populated to not populated enough and then back to too populated, right? Because there's not a lot of wiggle room inside of that sweet spot. So, 10 players moving into a siege or 10 players leaving a siege can lead you to go from being overpopulated to underpopulated because that's 25% of the siege. And so this is something you have to have a solution for. If you're going to have shards that are this small, And ultimately, worlds that are this small, right? Because worlds are only going to be like 1,000 players, maybe 3,000 max, if my understanding of the architecture is right. So again, you're looking at relatively small collections of people. 1,000 people leaving the game isn't that unreasonable. So then you only have 2/3 of the maximum capacity of this server. What are you going to do? And the expectation absolutely will be that within the first probably 2 to 3 months, we're going to lose at least 50%, maybe as much as 80% of the player base. And that will mean that very few of the servers will actually have enough players. Very few of the worlds, sorry, will actually have enough players. So you're going to have to merge worlds. And so they need to already have a plan for this, right? If they don't have a plan for this now, then in 3 months or 3 months after the game launches, we're in a lot of trouble. This isn't something you can start working on after launch. It has to be a possibility right away. Hey, what's up, Hermit? What's up? I've lost the ability to talk. Oh my god. What's up, Ski? Yeah, not till June 10th. Not till June 10th. That's okay though. Skoski is not Hermit 2.0. You shut your mouth, Damien. Shut your mouth. Hermit 0.9. All right. Will it be crystal clear when we've acquired all schematics from house progression so we know it's time to betray? That's important. Not for me, but for somebody. How will the harvesters work? And will they be the same size as the ones shown in the movies? And what is the process of transportation? I don't want to know too much about this. I'd like to be surprised. Found my answer on a respawn beacon. It's a craftable item, only one can be deployed at a time. So it's a player item? So you deploy it and you can respawn there? I hope that's not the only way. Hmm. Yeah, I really hope that bases can be mass respawn beacons. Because if you basically just have, yeah, no, that's bad. It needs to be a base thing, not. Mm-mm. Don't like it. Deep desert base building question. So far, we have seen a lot of builds for the Haga Basin as main bases. Can we get some examples of PvP focused bases? There are any PvP suitable building pieces like open windows or cover providing protection while defending from raids or someone camping your base? Yeah, I'd like to see some stuff about that. I doubt they're going to show pictures or anything during the AMA. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to have a temporary respawn beacon, Drat, so I am glad that there is that. Um, Especially for scouting and stuff like that. It'll be useful. But I'm going to very much rely on building bases in the deep desert to be my respawn points as long as I can. In a guild base last night, massive empty building. Yeah, no, they're going to be huge. Some of y'all are going to have to build the guild base for me because I'm not doing it. We all know if I built it, it would be on the top of a rock formation, and it would just be the flattest, widest plank of wood that you could get. And that would be the guild base. How did the PvP experience of Age of Conan, which to this day remains one of my favorite MMO memories, drive development and combat mechanics, if at all, in Dune Awakening? Why was there a decision to go the route of smaller instance zones versus more traditional MMO standards of player interaction? P.S. The Herald of Zotli might still be the most badass character class of any MMO ever created. Well, unfortunately, you actually have to have walls in this game, I think, um, in order to protect yourself from the sandstorms. You have to have walls and ceilings. So basically, it would just be an enormous ass hangar, and that would be the base that I would make. So if anybody wants anything better than a hangar for the guild base, you have to build it, because I'm not gonna. Is it possible to earn enough spice through PvE means to support your crafting and base upkeep needs? Or is spice a deep desert locked resource? So I did see a video where somebody did show a spice plume, and since they were only able to show the PvE zones, there should at least be some spice in the PvE zones. The instant smaller worlds make sense when you have real player housing. Yeah, absolutely. It would be impossible to just have this server, think New World 2500 pop server. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Once human has this issue, even with the extra worlds. Yep. And I'm totally okay with the smaller instances, but in that situation, you have to make it easier. Like once human doesn't have enough worlds sometimes, but your ability to transfer between worlds and set up your base in any world is what makes that system acceptable, right? And is why they could ultimately shrink down the number of people per world and expand the number of worlds and still have a really fluid system where it was easy for people to get together and play together. This siege system is going to really hard lock you into a siege, if my understanding is correct. And so you're just not going to be able to build in other sieges after you choose one. So you're going to choose a home world, and even though you can go visit the other worlds to visit your friends, you won't be able to build your base there. So in order to pick a new siege, you'll actually have to remake your character, which is fucking insane to me. And so if they don't have a system that makes it easy for you to choose a new siege to be your home siege in the event that you get unlucky and end up in one of those sieges with a big guild that just has tons of people constantly coming into their siege, like you're just going to be locked out of your base and it's going to suck. When will the invites? Don't care. I understand there will be a tax system on bases. Can you give us some more details? I'd like to know more about the tax system. Is it based on base size, location, and or other features? Also, what happens if a player doesn't have enough credits to pay tax? I think I know the answer to most of this, but I would like a little more detail on it. I think that's important. At launch, will there be a public API available? So this is just a modding question, mostly for like add-ons. What features has the team built into the game to facilitate role-playing? Will there be future support in this game for the role-playing community? Again, I don't care about this question. I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna role play. Right? I don't care about that. But I think the role playing communities are one of the communities that kind of get pushed to the side the most, and they still do the most with what they get. So I would love to see a little more support be added to help role play communities. Some better guild ranking systems so that you can have ranks in your guild based on some sort of like class system or something in your RP community, or just little things like that. Hope building will be like once human rather than like Ark. So they're actually kind of going a really crazy way with it, Ski. Not only are you going to get bigger pieces, like the individual floor and wall pieces of once human, But it looks like they also have larger, like way larger pieces that take up like multiple, right? So instead of putting up a wall, you might put up like a carving that is actually like 4 walls or 10 walls or something like that, like a 5 by 5 or something, or a 3 by 3 or whatever. Um, and that carving would just take up all of those wall spaces. And so they're all set on kind of the same, um, the same breakdown, but it looks like they are going to have like a lot bigger pieces and stuff that can go in there so that you can have, some really cool shit, which I'm very excited about. How exactly is the deep desert and the end game? We've seen a lot of early game. Yeah. We're not going to get a lot of deep desert information before the game launches. They are keeping a lot of this information close to their chest because they don't want us to know too much. Had that in Arc was a mod though. But yeah, that would work well. 4 foundations together as one piece. So I don't know if they're going to put like 4 basic foundations together. I think if you just want to have 4 basic foundations, you'll probably have to put 4 foundation pieces in there. But they might have like opulent staircases that, are maybe 2 or 3 wide and go up, 3 or 4 levels or something like that. So you wouldn't have to build the staircase. You might just be able to put the staircase up. Um, or maybe there's like some special foundations or, a floor plan layout or something like that that maybe is different than just plain foundations and has a little bit of intricacy to it. And so it just all comes as one piece, I think, is how the building system works. They do have some videos of people using the building system and then of some things that you can build with the building system. Funcom has a YouTube channel that you can go to, and they recently did like a dev stream talking about the building system, so you can look at that, and it'll give you a little more information about that. Don't know anything about that. I love that they added an interface thing on the inside of the walls, so you never place the wall backwards. Oh, did they? That's nice. I like that. No console version. Been reading a lot of y'all's answers in Discord about servers and guild maxing land claims. Are you limited to 1 character per world? Yes. Can you visit a friend's siege? Yes. Ooh, when they're offline, I don't know. We're gonna bump that. Do all deep deserts from all the different regions servers share the same makeup slash tiles slash POI locations? Or are they all RNG? They're all RNG. I wonder if they're all going to be the same. That's really interesting. So I wonder if they're all going to be the same every week. So, the storm comes and then it reshuffles and it makes the same deep desert for everybody. Or will each world actually have a different deep desert every week? That's interesting. Because then you're going to have content creators, right, making videos about, oh, here's the best place this week to go find spice. But it might not be. You might be in a different world. That's kind of crazy. Didn't even occur to me. Will the game be on cloud gaming platforms? Yes. I hope to see more factions in the game, not just Atreides Harkonnen. We are going to get a third faction, but they did say, if I'm not mistaken, that we're only ever going to get 3 factions, 3 player factions. I hope different with dozens, if not hundreds of different variations. Yeah, no, I agree. There will be hundreds of variations, right? Because it is going to be a procedurally generated deep desert, right? So they built a bunch of like tiles and structures and stuff, and then the deep desert is just procedurally generated every week. But I hope that each world gets a different one. That would even kind of be cool, though. I mean, like a year or two down the road, like maybe we get a desert that's almost identical to one that we had early on. That'd be super cool. I would love that. Some structured PvP content, that'd be kind of interesting. There seems to be large difference in where you learn different skill trees, with Trooper and Mentat reportedly early in the story, Swordmaster Bene Gesserit later, and Planetologist unknown as of yet. If someone chooses Trooper, will there be a significant disadvantage by not having access to the Swordmaster, Bene Gesserit, and Planetologist trees? I think most of these are accessible pretty early in. Yeah, so this is the AMA question thread, Ski. So the AMA isn't actually till tomorrow. So I'm going through and reading some of the questions, looking at what people are interested in, making my predictions or assumptions, and just generally talking. Um, just about the game because I'm obsessed with this game right now. And then tomorrow we're actually going to come back and do the same thing for the actual AMA, and then talk about the answers to those questions. But I'm like, I want to go through and updo questions that I think are important so that maybe they'll get answered. You can answer that question pretty good. Awesome. Hit me with the answer, Damien. Because of how the class quest lines are set up at different points in the game, you actually can unlock Trooper Mentat within the first couple hours. So it is actually beneficial to choose something other than those two to start, so you get access to multiple trees and skills earlier. Yeah, but so how long does it take to get the other ones though? Right? So if we were talking about 50 hours of gameplay before you were going to get to Bene Gesserit or the Swordmaster, then I could see that being a problem. But if it's the difference between like, oh, I started Mentat and then I get Mentat within the first hour, I shouldn't have started Mentat. I should have started Bene Gesserit, but I get Bene Gesserit within the first 3 hours. Then who gives a shit, right? I'm not going to optimize 3 hours, a 2 hour difference, right? I don't care. But if it's like you're never going to get Bene Gesserit until you've already totally maxed out and completed the storyline after 50 hours of gameplay, then sure, you should probably just pick Bene Gesserit no matter what. Because who wants to wait 50 hours to get one of the skill trees? But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think you're probably going to be able to get them all within the first 5 hours, maybe 10 max. And so I don't care, right? I'm going to pick the one that I want to play, and then I'm just going to play that from the beginning. It takes a significant amount of time in Dune to max out all skill trees, which include unlocking the Swordmaster class. One of the developers has stated that it can take around 200 hours of gameplay to fully complete all skill trees. Right. But that's to fully unlock everything in those skill trees, not to get to the point where you can have the skill tree. And that's the only thing that there is to optimize there, right? Because if I'm not going to play Swordmaster, right, if my goal is to play Mentat Trooper, I still want the Swordmaster tree in case for some reason I need it, but I'm not going to play it. So if it was going to take me 200 hours to even unlock it, then I would just take it first. But if it's only going to take me 5 hours to unlock it, then I'm going to start Mentat, I'm going to pick up Trooper, and then I'm going to play the game the way I want to, and then I'll just have Swordmaster chilling in my back pocket in case I ever need it. Personally, can't wait either, as it's a new game and I know very little about it. Going in blind might get more out of the game that way. So you're not going to have a choice but to go in blind, Skoski. Every bit of this game, they have only shown gameplay from the first 3 PvE zones. There are 12 PvE zones and then like 40 something deep desert zones. They have shown no endgame deep desert play. Anybody who's had access to the deep desert is under an NDA. The upcoming beta, the large beta weekend that's happening on the 9th, is Mentat is one of the classes, primarily the sniper class. Um, the big beta weekend that's coming up on the 9th is only going to have access to those same 3 zones that we've already seen. So they are locked down with this game. There is so much information that we are just wildly guessing at this point. Um, so everybody's going in blind, except for the handful of people, well, probably the couple of hundred, maybe couple of thousand people who have had an opportunity to play the game through multiple testing phases that are currently under NDAs. But for the most part, like 95% of the gaming population, no, the streamers that are playing it right now only have the first 3 zones. Yeah, they barely have any of the stuff. They don't have squat. They don't know shit. Not only do they only have access to a couple of zones, they only have access up to like the first 3 tiers of equipment. And there's 6 tiers of equipment. So they don't have access to any of the high end materials. They don't have access to any of the high end vehicles. They don't have access to any of that shit. Nobody knows what's going on after about level 20. Yeah, no, I think it's great. We're all going in blind, and we're just gonna make it up as we go. It's fantastic, and I'm just over here wildly speculating about what I think the game's gonna be like. With literally, I haven't played the game. I've barely watched. I mean, I've watched some video, but mostly I've watched the dev streams, which are them just explaining things. So, I don't even know that much. I'm just making shit up. Yeah, dude, I want to play now so bad. I really wish the game was coming out like tomorrow. I got the whole, I got the Discord set up for the guild, and I thought that was going to take me like a couple of weeks because normally I'm really slow at that shit. But I was staying up till like 3 a.m. for a couple of days in a row to get it done because I just couldn't stop working on it because I want to play so bad. And so I did it in 2 days, and like the Discord's done. So I don't even know what the fuck to do with myself anymore. But yeah, yeah, I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna play it on GeForce Now. So I want to make sure that it's out on GeForce Now before I buy it. There are 3 levels to pre-order. There's like regular, deluxe, and ultimate or something. The 2 higher tiers give you a 5-day head start. But I will tell you that the guild that I'm starting, if you want to be a part of it, will be playing on one of the servers that is not the Head Start server. My goal is to start on the 10th and to try and pick a server that doesn't have any of the huge guilds in it. So I'm going to try and avoid the huge guilds. So we might actually wait for the second round of servers to drop on the 10th before we pick um before we pick a server because I don't want to deal with any of the mega guilds. Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive. I think it's 70 US. I think it's 50 for the game and then another 20 for the head start. So I'm just going to be buying the regular game. I don't yeah, I don't intend to buy the head start. I don't give a crap. And so a lot of the people in this community just aren't super hardcore gamers. And I want everybody who already watches the channel who decides they want to play the game to not feel like they're missing out and they can just join in with us. So we're gonna try and find a slightly calmer server. Um, I want the politics, right? I want lots of small guilds. So there's lots of intrigue and politicking. I don't want, a mega guild on this side and a mega guild on this side and everybody allies with the mega guilds. And that's it. That says 49.99 for game. pretty sure it's $50 for the game. Or are you're doing euros, aren't you, Ski? This has kind of already been answered. Will we get cool cosmetics? With vocal PvP minority on the official Discord trying to claim Deep Desert is a PvP, or Dune Awakening is a PvP priority game, doing their best to try to push any PvE players from buying your product. Will the dev team explain the actual behind the curtain vision of this game, both for PvE and PvP, rather than be risk adverse, fear losing some pre sales? Wow. That's a loaded ass question. GBP pounds, my friend. Oh, okay. Got it, got it. Um, yeah, this is a totally loaded question. This is super passive aggressive. Also, this person's name is Necrofim NW, which I assume stands for New World. So this is a New World player. This person keeps playing PvP games and wanting them to be PvE games, and then getting mad when they're PvP games. That's what's happening here. I guarantee if you ask this person, is New World more of a PvP or a PvE game, they would say PvE. And then they'd get mad at all the people who want a PvP all the time. Scotland, we have sterling. England has pounds, but they are worth the same, and the English shops will not accept our money. Well, that's interesting. I am so glad that I live in a country that is just huge on a landmass scale so that I can travel within the country and only ever need one kind of money. There's a ton more PvE stuff to do in New World than there is PvP, but New World was pushed. The most important aspect being territory control. Yeah, and then they botched the shit out of that, didn't they? New World had such promise. And they pooched it fucking hard, which is really too bad. They just pooched it. I I just think that there needs to be a good balance. So what is the determining factor in what makes a game PvE or PvP? The amount of content for each, the importance of each, etc. Honestly, um, I think that the problem is people are looking for a PvP game or a PvE game. And those two things should work together. For example, and they should be kind of totally separate. My favorite old school MMORPG was Dark Age of Camelot. And you had a whole PvP or a whole PvE world, right? And your whole faction was totally separated from the other two factions. So all the people that were in your faction existed in your PvE zone. And that's what you did, right? You went and you did dungeons and you fought world bosses and you did all this stuff, and you only did it with people in your faction. They went so far as when you went to the realm versus realm zones, right? The faction warfare zones where you could go fight other people. if members of the other factions typed in the global chat, you couldn't read it. It would just say that they said something in a different language, right? Because you were completely different, like societies with different languages. So you basically could not communicate with members of the enemy faction. And so, yeah, you had this whole PvE game. And then when you went and did PvP, and this is the important part, PvP cannot be personally rewarding in a player power way because it negates the value of the PvE. So the PvP in Dark Age of Camelot, you didn't like gain items and shit, at least not at first. Eventually they kind of had like some PvP item vendors, but that was stupid. So you went out into the PvP zone and you got realm rewards, right? There was a system of advancement that was PvP based, and you had to get XP through PvP to advance that way. But the primary thing was that you were fighting over these relics and you were fighting to take over keeps. It's very much like ESO has their faction PvP system. It's very, very similar. And so you take the relics out of the enemy keeps and you come and store them in your keeps. And then everybody in your whole faction gets this bonus, right? This buff to their player power while you have those relics. And so it's just a fight to move the relics around. And it's just PvP for the sake of PvP. And I think that is how you do a good PvE/PvP game, right? You have the PvE, which is where you gear up. It's where you learn your player. It's where you make connections so that you can meet friends and join a guild and all that stuff. And then the PvP is just for the sake of PvP, right? Guild Wars 2 does this. Dark Age of Camelot does this. Fucking WoW does it that way. Is there even PvP in Final Fantasy XIV? If there is, it's probably done that way. Should just make Dune like World of Warcraft. Just flag yourself for PvP if you want PvP. Yeah, so that's a huge problem, right? In most cases, PvP is more rewarding on a player power like item level. And you can't anytime you lock the ability to gain items like resources or blueprints to craft things or anything like that, if you lock that stuff behind necessitating or necessary PvP, then half of your player base. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Damien. Have a good day. Thanks for chatting. But if you lock access to materials behind PvP, then 50% of your player base, right? The least capable 50% of your player base can't get those things because they will lose every PvP fight because they're never going to fight people worse than them because the people worse than them aren't prolific, right? It's the people who are better than that 50% who get in more fights, who have a greater impact. There's a game I can't remember the name of. You had to go to a purple section of the map that was PvP, and the loot was way better there, and then you can get in PvE, so you're forced to go to PvP. Yeah. Yeah, and that's backwards. You should be forced to PvE so that you can PvP. But we'll see. One of the best ways that you can overcome that is the faction warfare system. Because there are factions in this game, and because the factions have collective goals, then when you go out into the PvP zone, technically you only have to worry about half of the other people out there, because the people that are in your faction are more likely to not attack you. Now in Dune, your own faction members can still attack you, which I think is a bad idea, but I understand why they're doing it for lore purposes. But for the most part, they're not going to want to, because maintaining good faction relations is going to be important to winning the faction warfare system in this game. And so by staying near other members of your faction when you're doing your PvE activities out in the PvP zone, you should be able to maintain relative safety. And so this game will be at least less punishing for PvEers who go out into the PvP zone. But I think there are a lot of people who are like hardcore, I only want a PvE, who are not going to like this game because they're gonna want to go get the best resources, and those resources will not exist in the PvE only zones. So I'm pretty concerned about that. And so I will actually try and help mitigate that. When we join our world and we create our guild, I will be doing a lot to politic with the alliance and try and create sort of safe zones in the deep desert. I think if we are in a group, then PvP won't be so bad, but solo it's going to hurt absolutely. Well, and it'll depend again on whether or not your faction is considering the solo and smaller group people, because I will 100% go, ally up with a bunch of people in our faction and maybe go find a place where there's lots of good resources and then go build an outpost out there that sort of like claims that resource node, right? And if we get enough people from our faction to build an outpost out there and frequently have people, walking around who might shoot interlopers or something like that from the other faction, then solos and small groups can just go out there and go mine up some resources and fly back, right? And it's people helping people because there's probably too many resources for us anyway. But if your faction isn't working together like that, you're fucked. 100%. And you'll be going out there by yourself in your little scout ornithopter, mining 6 rocks and then having to fly back because you're overweight. I think there's a pretty huge underestimation in how important PvP is going to be in this game. But I think it's going to be fun PvP. I did just call you Fat Drat. Fat Drat. Fat Drat is soggy rat. Gotcha. Get got. What's up? What changes in the game are being made between May and June? That's an interesting question. How do you plan to incentivize players to build bases in the PvP lanes of the deep desert? As it stands with the PvE lane and ease of carrying large quantities of spice, there's no reason to do so.
Skoski says, did you just call rat fat, you naughty boy? Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Yeah, that's the first TTS of the whole day, I think. So I think these people are underestimating the value of making fewer trips. So the deep desert is huge. Like huge. So, and the better resources are further out. And so the question becomes, how often do you want to make that trip? Right? And I think that the best solution is going to be to create an outpost and then store up resources and then maybe once a day take those resources back. The reason it'll be important to create an outpost is, sure, you could just bring a bunch of spice crawlers out there and gather up spice and then just leave them in the spice crawlers and leave the spice crawlers sitting out in the open. But if you do that, people can blow them up. But if you build a little base and you leave the full spice crawlers inside the base until it's time to take, everything back home, then people can't attack those bases. And so I think people are going to build a lot of bases. And I think that people building bases for those purposes is going to give them a little bit of a sense of security, right? So they're going to start bringing out materials to craft and to repair. They're going to start storing loot from dungeons and stuff in there, and then maybe they forget, or maybe a storm comes in unexpectedly and knocks out their power, and then you hit them, right? You blow up their base, and maybe you take some of their stuff. Base raiding is not supposed to be a huge thing in this game, but I think that some of the systems that they have, just the sheer size of the deep desert, is going to make some people, especially larger guilds, make bases and do a little bit of hoarding out there before then taking one big trip and moving everything back into the PvE zone. So I think there is going to be some good opportunity for some base raiding. It's not going to be every day. It might not even be every week, but it'll be there. Should we expect the console release this year or next? It's definitely going to take at least a year, for sure. But will there be a way to change your character's body and face in game? We've had this question a bunch of times. Will there still be a chance to pay for your own private instances of the first area with your friends still? I would like to see private servers. Yeah, so that won't happen very often, Skoski, or maybe not even at all. Um, the way it works is your base normally has a shield that protects it from sandstorms, but also protects it from other players being able to damage it. And there are going to be, so every week, there's the Coriolis storm that goes through the deep desert and wipes it all out. Literally everything gets destroyed, and the whole map changes. And so every week you have to rediscover the map. Um, but what is going to happen is sometimes there are going to be like regular electric storms that happen in the deep desert that will knock out your power and will take your shields down so other people can raid you. But they said that they're going to make sure that that doesn't happen during like the middle of the night or the middle of the workday or times when most people are offline. They're going to try and make it happen during like primetime hours when people are online so that people aren't getting offline rated. Because it's fun to defend your base. It sucks to log in to a busted base. But your PvE base won't ever be able to be rated. Right? It's a PvE only zone. So that base is just safe all the time. And that's where you keep your stuff. And that zone doesn't change every week, right? That's a persistent zone. So that base will just be there forever. And that's where you keep all your shit. So just make sure that when you go offline, anything you have in the deep desert, you just take with you back. You can leave your base out there, it can just have nothing in it. And then if you need to, you go use the base again. Yeah, I think it's going to be a great system. My friends and I play Conan and other survival games strictly as PvE co-op games on our own dedicated private servers. We also like to have control of our own worlds in the way that we can simply copy the server/world files for backup. Blah, 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 blah. That's all about personal servers. 12 hours, works, log off, come back on, nothing. Yeah, exactly. That's what I get in ARC all the time too. So that's definitely not going to be a problem in this game, Ski. Wondering what safe means in PvE though? Like, can your PvE base still be destroyed by storms? So there are no Coriolis storms in the PvE zone that like wipe everything out, Drat. There are sandstorms, but as long as you are maintaining your shields, then your base won't get destroyed by the sandstorms. Now it is not safe, right? You do have to power your shields and pay your taxes. And if you don't do those things, then your shields will go down and then the sandstorms and stuff will start to degrade, right? Because this is Dune, it's a harsh planet. Everything that's unshielded degrades. And so yes, eventually your base will just crumble into nothing if you don't pay your taxes and you don't have your shield. But that's going to happen over weeks, not hours. We know that max level at the moment is 200. What is max amount of skill points available? How many skill points per level? That's actually pretty important. When you sign up for a faction contract, when you are not aligned with a faction, can you gain rewards for either faction without having to join said faction? Can player bases be seen from a large distance? This is important. Or do they have to load in according to your view distance? And when will we see gameplay of Deep Desert? I like these questions. These are interesting. What are your plans for future guild-based activities? This is a good one. So there's going to be a lot of guilds creating their own fun in this game in the beginning, and that's something I'm still looking for 2 more people to run the guild with me, who are going to be super hardcore, no lifing psychopaths who want to basically forego seeking their own personal objectives to help guild members reach their own personal objectives, but also to help me, um, plan and run guild-based activities, like going out in mass into the deep desert during prime time to go mine certain resources and stuff like that that the guild might need. Um, so there's going to be a lot of that, right? There's so much stuff to do. There's so many things you need. There are going to be a lot of guild-driven, guild-created activities, but I would love to see, like some world bosses or something that maybe take a whole guild worth of people to take down, or something like that that happens out there. Um, you have no life. I am perfectly happy, Ski. If you want a leadership role in the guild, you can absolutely have it, 100%. But I want to make it expressly clear that the people I'm looking for to help run the guild are going to have to be people who want to be more focused on the members and on the guild objectives than they are focused on their own personal objectives, And if that's not what you want, then, I'm not like kicking people out of the guild because they don't want to be a guild leader. Everybody else, I don't really care what you do, right? You'll be in the guild and we will be working to make your experience as smooth as possible. And then everybody else will just be, you know, play the game whenever they can, whenever they feel like it, doing whatever they want. I am willing to do it. I can help others. Absolutely. Cool then. There's a link in the Discord for the guild Discord server. It's the Searing Fang is the name of the guild. So just join the server and I'll promote you. I have absolutely had enough experience playing the video games with you. I am more than confident that you will be an asset as part of the council. Your commitment will depend on how much you like the game. Yeah, well, and I think that's important. Um, and I think that'll be where everybody mostly is at, right? I already talked to like Davatron and Smoking Rabbit and Crazy Flip, the 3 folks that I played my second season of Once Human with, and they already, they said they're going to wait a couple of days probably before they decide to join and just see how the game goes. But like Crazy Flip already pre-ordered the game, um, so they're going to join. But they, even though they'll probably play quite a bit, they all said, hey, we don't want to be leader members, and that's totally fine with me. Being leadership in a guild sucks because there are lots of folks who will join a guild who need a lot of attention as far as like what should they be doing. You're almost sort of making all of the plans for them, and you might have to do that 10 or 15 times, right, for 10 or 15 people in a day. And so that's just a lot of work. And if it's not an amount of work or a type of work that you want to do, it is just incredibly, incredibly draining. It makes it hard for you to enjoy the game. So if you're not just 100% like, I want everybody to have the most fun with this game ever, um, then it's just not for you. You know what I mean? Honestly, I have this problem where I go out of my way to help others. Mr. Nice Guy. Nice guys always finish last. Uh, you know, except being the coach, if the other person wins first, like you kind of won first anyway, right? So you got first and last. Well, here's that Spoder Crafter person again with another question. When you list items in the exchange, does it show in the listing the name of the player listing it so that we can try and earn a reputation for being a reliable seller or possibly a bad seller? So I think the answer here is going to be yes, because in the exchange video that the devs did, they talked about being able to get a little notoriety when you're selling maps as a person who sells good maps. So the only way that you would be able to know that through the exchange is if there was a name listed. So it appears like probably that is going to be true. Console user here, is it realistic for me and others to expect Dune Awakening to release on console in 2026? I hope 2026. I'd like to see the console players come in. That's always nice for a good influx of newbies. You said that the Deep Desert will be remade every week after the Coriolis storm. My question is simple. How many Deep Desert maps are there in total? Will we have 2 maps, 4, 10? Yeah, it's procedurally generated. It's almost infinite, right? How prevalent and how dynamic will the environment effects be to push people out of a Deep Desert server to lower each individual player cap? Oh, is that what they're trying to do? Are they going to use environment effects to drive people into different deep desert areas? Overcome this cap? That's interesting. That's something I'll have to look more into because I honestly don't really 100% understand that question. I read something about servers propelling before launch so guild and players could have already join a server together. Is that correct? And how exactly will that work? Well, that's interesting. Could completing the main story be another way to unlock opposing faction build styles so that betrayal is not the only option? How much of a focus are guild alliance going to be? Is it going to be encouraged or discouraged? The way the system works right now, at least as far as I understand it, there's going to be a lot of temporary alliancing. And that's going to lead to a lot of people backstabbing, which I think will be really cool. What actions, preventions are in place to prevent RMT? Will there be an update in the future to make more than 40 players per Haga Basin? When the game is officially released for both PC and consoles, will it support crossplay? Yeah. So I think we're pretty much at a point now, after 4.5 hours of reading these questions, that we're just going to be getting repetition at this point, right? None of these have been updated. We're down in the no updates zone, so a lot of this is just going to be repeated stuff that we've already talked about. As far as the private servers, if they do have them, I would be more than willing to rent and run the server for us. Done that a few times before. So that'll be something that I would love to do. If this game does get private servers, um, that would absolutely be something that I would also be willing to fund if this channel does well enough for everybody. So if they get private servers for this game, and this game is really, really a big hit with the community, and we grow a nice big community, and we want to have a nice private server, we'll totally do that, 100%. That'll be on the agenda. But I think we're going to end the stream here. We've been going for about 4.5 hours, and it has only been talking today. We haven't been playing any games. We've just been chatting about Dune here. So my voice is getting pretty hoarse. I haven't had nearly enough water. And I think that's probably a good run. We're going to do the same thing tomorrow. The AMA starts at 9 o'clock my time, which is 7.5 hours ago. So I was about 3 hours late. So I'm going to wake up a little earlier tomorrow. I've already adjusted my schedule a little bit today. So I will readjust my schedule again tomorrow and try and get on right when the AMA drops, and we'll start reading questions. Yeah, I got dry mouth like a motherfucker. But we'll start reading answers to questions right when the AMA starts tomorrow, and just try and keep up. Hydrate and snort some spice? Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, so we'll try and do that. And then, I don't know, we'll see how long we go tomorrow. Maybe I'll be a little smarter about my hydration. But yeah, it was a great stream today. We had so many people in. So many good questions that we read off of the AMA. I'm really excited to see some answers tomorrow. I think it's going to be fantastic. This has honestly, surprisingly, been one of the most viewed streams I've had in the last couple of weeks. So that's cool. So thank everybody for that. I really appreciate it. Had a lot of fun. Looking forward to the answers. I hope everybody has a great day, and I hope everybody is getting excited for a little Dune action here in a little over a month. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So I will see you all tomorrow for some of the answers to these questions. Have a great day.